Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another live stream watch along on the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast. It's the first ODI between Australia and England from the Adelaide Oval, and it's great to have your company as we discuss and talk about and watch together the first ODI between Australia and England from the Adelaide Oval. And it's the innings break, and England made 9 for 287 from their 50 overs. I think Australia would be very happy to take that at the start of the day. I thought Australia bowled pretty well. England's batting was a little bit off, as expected, coming off the T20 World Cup. Going to be a bit rusty, trying to get up for this series. It showed in their batting a bit, but Dawid Malan's innings was the key for England today to get them to 9 for 287. Without Dawid Malan's innings, I don't think we would be here right now. It looked pretty grim for England at one stage. They were probably going to get bowled out for maybe somewhere in the mid-100s or something. It didn't look good at one stage, but Dawid Malan batted well, and Australia bowled well. It's good to see Australia improving and bouncing back after what was a very disappointing T20 World Cup campaign. But for them to bowl well today was pretty good. So the innings break is still happening in this game at the Adelaide Oval. We're moments away from the run chase, but it's good to be back for another live stream watch along on the podcast. And all what we're going to do today is pretty much sit back, watch the game and see how Australia would go in the run chase, which will begin in a few minutes from now. They need 288 runs to win. A bit of a reminder of what happened at the start of the day, if you didn't catch that, if you just tuned it in. Australia won the toss today. Pat Cummins, his first game as captain of the one-day side, chose to bowl first. The Australian 11 for today's game, we've got Travis Head, David Warner, Steve Smith at number 3, Marnus Labuschagne at number 4, Alex Carey, Green, Stoinis, Sachinega, Cummins, Stark and Sampa. And for England's 11, not their strongest team on the park, but understandable given that the T20 World Cup final was only 4 days ago. So their 11 for today's match was Roy, Salt, Malan, Vince, Billings, Butler, Dawson, Jordan, Willie, Luke Wood, and Stone. So that was their 11 that they selected for today's game. Our match officials, on-field umpires, Paul Rifle, Paul Wilson, third umpire, Rod Tucker, fourth umpire, Sam Nagoski, and our match referee is David Boone. So that's the key information from this game, if you missed it earlier in the day. So Australia would need 288 runs to win. 287 England got in the end. And as I mentioned before, Dawid Malan's innings was the key there. If he didn't score his 134 runs, then England would have been in deep trouble, I should say there. But thanks for joining us as always, everyone. And we're about to get this second innings underway, and hopefully people can join us and have a good chat. About the game of cricket. So we're not far away from the second innings beginning, and this is going to be an interesting run chase, but Australia definitely would be happy about chasing 288. If you can restrict the side to anything below 300 in a one-day game, you're doing well. And they bowled well, Australia. Let's have a bit of a quick summary of how the England innings went. For those who missed it earlier in the day. And we'll have a quick summary of that before we begin the second innings and Australia begin the run chase. From the Adelaide Oval for this first T20, not T20, ODI of this series. So we're not far away from the run chase beginning. It's going to be Travis Head and David Warner, the new opening partnership Obviously, Aaron Finch is now retired. It'll be interesting to see how Travis Head goes with David Warner this evening. Tends to be a very good player in one-day cricket, Travis Head. He's quite aggressive, and he'll be hoping to really, make a statement tonight, I think. Play with that aggressive flair that he has, and really make sure that he really makes the selectors take notice of his abilities. So we're about to begin the second innings from the wonderful Adelaide Oval. And it's quite a good day in Adelaide. Not a single cloud in the sky. Blue skies. The sun is shining down on Adelaide. And the crowd's filling in as we speak after work here in Adelaide. And they'll be hoping to see a very good run chase from the Australians. So England, 9 for 287 from their 50 overs. It was a bit of a difficult start for England. At one stage, there were 4 for 66 in deep trouble. And that was around about 13.2 overs into the innings when they lost Sam Billings. There were 4 for 66. But Dawood Malan, he led the way, 134 off 128 balls, 12 boundaries and 4 sixes. And a very good innings from him. Without his innings, England would not be in this position right now. So at 4 for 66, they were in deep trouble. To get to 287, all thanks to Dawood Malan, was a pretty good effort from England. So they've given themselves a chance. Will it be enough? We shall see as David Warner and Travis Head make their way out to the middle. 288 is the target for the Australians. That's what they need in this run chase. Can they get there? We shall see. Depends on this opening partnership. The Australian bowlers, they bowled pretty well today. 3 wickets for Pat Cummins for 62 from his 10. And also 3 wickets from his 10 overs as well. Adam Zampa, 3 for 55. A wicket each for Marcus Stoinis and Mitchell Starc. No wickets for Cameron Green or Ashton Agar. So it was a pretty good bowling performance from Australia. They really bowled well at the start of the innings, making sure they took early wickets in the power play, which they did. Having England 3 down for 31, just outside of the power play was pretty good. And then to have them 4 down for 66 was a pretty good result. So Australia would be very happy to keep them under 300. We know with this England side, they do bat very deep. They bat from number 1 to number 11, do they? But I thought today Australia bowled much better than they have in the past. So now it's up to the batters to finish off the job. And that's what David Warner and Travis Head will do right now. As it's going to be David Willey who's going to bowl the first over. And he'll be bowling from the river end of the ground here in Adelaide. Hello, John. Hope you're well. You say, did you watch the first innings? Yes, I did, John. I did. I'm a little in two minds about it. Adelaide looks great. Neither of us saw that selection coming. 2 spinners. Malan's innings was a touch of class. It was, John. Without his innings, we wouldn't have had a competitive match tonight. I think we would have gone home early. So here we go. First over is going to be Willey to Warner. Willey bowls to Warner. This one's on his pads. He works it behind square on the leg side. And he will be off the mark with a leg bye, David Warner. So a leg bye there. As we know with leg byes, they don't count to your score as a batter. So he's yet to get off the mark, David Warner. But Australia's off the mark with a leg bye. Yes, John, we didn't see it coming. The reason that Australia left Hazelwood out today and play Agar and Zampa is a bit of an eye to what's going to happen next year in India. Because in India, with the conditions that we know in Indian conditions in the subcontinent, the pitches would turn. Do you play 2 quicks and 2 spinners? Australia did that today to try the combination out. And today it worked as Willey bowls to Travis Head, who's on strike, and he defenses back down the pitch to Willey for no run. Travis Head, big opportunity for him this evening. Want to see him score some runs, really take this opportunity opening the batting. No Aaron Finch, of course. He's retired now. Going back to your question there, John, that's the thinking behind the selections that they made today, Australia. And in the end, they bowled pretty well. Everyone did their job. Australia looked better today in the field. They bowled well. They fielded well. A few catches went down a little bit, but some of them were tough chances. Others were easy ones. Willey in to Head. This one's down the leg side. It's a wide. So Australia are off to a good start in the run chase. 2 runs And that one's a wide there from Willie. 288 is what Australia need from their 50 overs. You would think they will be pleased to chase down that sort of target. Going to your point about Darwood Malan, yes, it was a very good innings from him. Much needed innings. I think the England batters were suffering a bit of a hangover from the T20 World Cup as Willie's in to head. And this one's an inside edge, and it goes where Travis Head did not wanted it to go. He wanted to play that on to the offside. In the end, inside edge goes straight out to square leg for a single, and he's off the mark. His innings was key for England today. 134 he got. Very good innings. He's a very good player. He's averaging 50 plus in the one-day format for England, and you can see why. He's a very good player and a very good knock. Will it be enough? We'll wait and see as Australia go about the run chase nicely. Yes, and going to your point there about Adelaide, as Willie's into Warner. This one's an outside edge, and it will go straight to deep backward point for a single. And David Warner's now off the mark. Yes, Adelaide looks fantastic. Brilliant day in Adelaide. It's quite a hot day, around about 30-odd degrees, I think. The sun shining, no rain, not a cloud in the sky. It's going to be a perfect sort of evening into the nighttime period, that's for sure. Yes, I say, John, was Mitchell Marsh injured or just rested? Surprised both Smith and Marnus got the nod. As Willie bowls to Head, this one's an outside edge and will race away down to the third man boundary for the first boundary of the match. And Travis Head has got his first boundary. 4 runs for him. Yeah, John, I think they just went with Smith and Marnus. Mitchell Marsh could have played today. You have Marcus Stoinis and Cameron Green in the side. So I think Mitchell Marsh was just a bit unlucky to miss out because we've got so many all-rounders in the side. Very hard to choose who do you leave out or select. So they went down that route today with Smith and Marnus today. As Willie bowls to Head, this one's a full delivery and driven from Head straight to mid-off for no run. It's the end of the first over. Good start from Australia. None for 8 after 1. They'll be looking to make use of the power play in the first 10 overs. So they've gone down that route today, John, with Marnus and Smith. So Smith will be at 3, Marnus will be at 4, and then you have Stoinis, and then you have Green. Pat Cummins said at the toss that Alex Carey's going to bat at number 5 today, which I think is a little bit too high from Alex Carey. I prefer him to be at number 7 rather than number 5. I think that's just a bit too high for him. What we saw in the series against New Zealand, where he came down the order, that's where he's best suited, not up the order. So be interesting to see whether or not they change that tonight. Depends how Australia start in this run chase. It's only the end of the first over. It's going to be Ollie Stone. He's been out of the England side for a bit with injury. He comes back in this ODI series. He bowls to Warner. This one's full outside off stump. Warner leaves it, goes straight through to the keeper for no run. But I think Australia will be very determined to bounce back after what was a very disappointing T20 World Cup. The preparation for the 50-over World Cup begins now. Whoops, sorry about that, everyone. So Stone into Warner. This one short. Warner tries to work it through the offside. In the end, he works it to second slip. In the end, no run. John, you say Agar's save of the 6 and the run out plus Stark's in swinging deliveries had me pumped. Yes, that was a brilliant piece of fielding, John. Unbelievable. He caught it with his left hand and he just scooped it back, Ashton Agar. It was unbelievable. The run out too was good. Stone into Warner. This one's left outside off stump, straight through to the keeper for no run. Brilliant. Stark was bowling his Yorkers. That's what we want to see from Mitchell Stark. Where was this in the T20 World Cup? Bowl full and straight at the pads, at the feet. You know, like Jeff Thompson used to do back in the day with his sand shoe crushers. You know, you can't beat a good Yorker. It's one of the deliveries in cricket that many bowlers don't bowl these days because it's a bit of a risk with the full toss. As Stone's into Warner, this one's left outside off stump, straight through to the keeper again for no run from Warner. Being watchful, which is good. Be hoping David Warner can score a few runs this evening in Adelaide. So none for 8. Australia. 2 balls left of the second over. Stone in again to Warner. And Warner works this to covers for no run. He's 1 off 7. Travis Head's 5 off 4. It's been a watchful start from Australia, chasing 288 runs to win. You would think Australia would fancy themselves chasing those runs down. England would take it, but they would have liked a lot more. But their batting at the start was a little bit poor, losing early wickets, and that's understandable, just coming off the T20 World Cup. Stone into Warner. This one's full. Warner mistimes it to mid-off for no run. It's the end of the over. It's none for 8. It's a maiden over from Stone. And 2 overs are done. It's still none for 8. Good over from Stone. Maiden over. Keeping the pressure on David Warner there. But Warner and Head looking watchful. Just taking their time. This Adelaide Oval surface has been a little bit slow. It hasn't been really sort of a pitch where you can really time it well. We saw in the England innings, the commentators were speaking about the pitch and saying, well, it's not a typical Adelaide Oval surface. It's a bit slow. So once you get in and get set, get used to the surface, the pace, you can score runs, as we saw with Darwin Malan. He was the only one who looked comfortable from England today. As Willie continues to Head, he bowls this one short of length. Head works it through the covers for a quick single. And he moves on to 6. And Australia are none for 9. 2.1 overs into the innings. They need 288 to win. Can they do that? Let us know in the chat. Do you think Australia can chase it down? Depends on the opening partnership of Warner and Head. New look opening partnership because Aaron Finch is retired. And England today, their bowling attack is not their strongest attack. Willie in to Warner, and he works this to cover for a quick single in the end. Oh, he's halfway down the pitch. It was nearly a run out. In the end, Warner is safe. He hit it straight to the fielder at cover. He was looking for a quick single, Warner. Travis Head said no, sent him back. He was halfway down the pitch. How many times we've seen that in the game where, as a batter, you're going for a run, halfway down the pitch, you just give up. David Warner gave up there. He went for the dive. In the end, he was safe. The throw could have been a lot better. He thought he got it past him, but then in the end, he didn't, and he was thinking about the single. Willie in to Warner. This one's fallen, guided through the covers nicely in front of point for 4. And that's a boundary for David Warner. And that's his first boundary of this innings. He's 5 off 10 in England. And Australia have started well in the run chase. Very good shot there from Warner. That was full from Willie. Outside off stump. He guided that nicely in front of point. On the offside, David Warner through that point region for 4 runs. That's his first boundary. That will get him going. David Warner. Willie in to Warner again. This one's on his pads. He works it behind square to short, fine leg for a quick single. Travis Head had to dive to make his ground, but in the end, he's safe. And they get a single. 2 balls left of the third. It's none for 14. 2 balls left. And quick single there from David Warner. Travis Head was well in. Good dive, good commitment. You want to see that? John says, if we work the ball around for 2s and 3s, we should win. Clever batting needed, not swing and misses. You're reading my mind, John. Exactly right. Willie in to Head. This one's full and slashed down to third man for a single from Head. Absolutely, John. I just hate it when teams don't bat smartly or bowl smartly. You know, you don't need to do anything rash. You know, you're chasing 287. The required run rate's only 5 and over. So just knock it around in the gaps, you know, and, you know, punish the bad balls and do the basics with the bat. That's all you need to do. Build partnerships and, If you do that, you should win. And I think Australia should win tonight. Willie into Warner. Last ball of the over. This one's full. And outside off stump, left by Warner, straight through to the keeper for a dot. Ball, it's the end of the over. It's none for 15 after 3. It's a good start from Australia in the power play. In their quest to chase down 288. Well, David Warner, he'll be hoping for some runs this evening. David Warner has hinted that he may retire from Test cricket within a year. He's been playing for a long time, but he wants to continue playing T20 cricket as the years go on. But he did say Test cricket will probably be the first format for him to go. But anyway, let's hope he scores some runs tonight with Travis Head. An interesting partnership here between Warner and Head. It'd be interesting to see how they go. They have opened the batting together before in one-day cricket. Stone into Head, and Travis Head plays and misses at this ball. Outside his off stump. Swing and a miss. Straight through to the keeper for no run. And be interesting to see how David Warner will go about things in this game. And also Travis Head. Perfect opportunity for Travis Head today. I would like to see him score some runs, obviously. I'm a bit biased. Stone into Head. Head works it to mid-wicket, but it's a dot ball. As I said, I'm a bit biased because Travis Head's from South Australia, and I would like to see him and Alex Carey do well. It's good to see some South Australian representation. South Australia haven't been doing well domestically. If you're not from Australia and you don't follow the Sheffield Shield, let's just say South Australia are not the strongest team going around at the moment. We've got a few problems that we need to sort out. Hopefully we can get back to the top again. Stone into Head. This one's flashed outside off stump from Head, playing a miss, straight through to Butler, the keeper for no run. Ollie Stone's bowled well. He bowls a bit of pace. 3 dot balls from him to begin the innings. Well, to begin the over. And Travis Head could not connect with that one. That one just not really watching the ball closely there, Travis Head. Anyway, Stone into Head. He's up, he bowls. This one is worked to mid-on from Head for no run. So Ollie Stone, 1.4 overs. He's bowled. He's bowled pretty well. He hasn't conceded a run. Could be back-to-back maidens for him here. Travis Head looking to get a run off him if he can. But the key here from Travis Head is not to panic. Not to panic. You've got still plenty of time to chase down these runs. Stone into Head. Pulls this down to the deep backward square leg boundary for 6, I'm guessing. It's gone all the way. I believe it has. Yes, it has. 6 runs. Good shot from Travis Head. A bit short there from Stone. And if you're watching this game on TV, the leg side boundary for Travis Head, the left-hander, is the shortest boundary. The offside's quite big, but he played that shot nicely, controlled it nicely. And no fielder back there for England at that deep square leg, deep backward square leg region, all the way for 6. So Stone into Head, drives this straight to mid-off for no run. It's the end of the over, none for 21 after 4. It's a good over from Australia there. The 6 runs from that over from Travis Head. And that's his first 6 and the first 6 of the Australian innings. Good start. Hello, Gaming Crab. Hope you're well. Great to see you here. John says, it's not a huge score to get, but probably better than England deserve. Cool heads required. Yes, they would have taken that, England, but, you know, Australia would be very happy the way they bowled and the way they defended nicely with the ball at times throughout that innings. They took wickets when needed. They bowled a better line and length. They bowled better. Different formats, of course, from T20 cricket to one-day cricket, but they learnt the lessons, and that's the main thing. So Australia would be happy chasing this. England would be happy, but they would have liked more, but the batting collapses that they had. Willie into Warner. This one full, and it's going straight to the cover boundary for 4. Dispatched by David Warner. A little bit too full there from David Willing, and it's gone to the extra cover boundary for four runs. Warner on 10 off 13, and a very good shot there from Warner. That was a little bit too full from Willie. And David Warner pounced on that outside off stump. The ball was swinging a little bit there in the air, but David Warner got that for 4 runs. Willie in to Warner. This one past his outside edge, straight through to the keeper for no run. Good delivery, good comeback from Willie after being dispatched for the boundary on the previous ball. Well, good crowd in tonight, and that one from Willie just going past the outside edge of David Warner, squared him up. Nearly got that outside edge straight through to Butler. And in the end, it's a dot ball. Here we go. Willie in again to Warner. He bowls. This one's left from Warner, straight through to the keeper for no run. Very good start from the Australian opening partnership, the new opening partnership, Travis Head and David Warner. So 4 runs from this over from Willie, 3 balls left. Here we go. Willie in to Warner, and Warner works this off his pads through mid-wicket for a single, and he moves on to 11. John, you say the position of the pitch in relation to the square is something often overlooked. Adelaide is an oval in the truest sense. Yes, it is. It's not round. It's an oval shape, the Adelaide Oval. So you are going to have longer boundaries down the ground, quite short boundaries square of the wicket here at the Adelaide Oval. But in today's game, the pitch is quite over the squares. It's sort of a bit over the square than usual as Head works us through mid-wicket for a single. So that boundary towards the other side of the ground from the Sir Donald Bradman Pavilion, if you're watching the coverage on TV, that boundary tonight is the shortest boundary. The pitch is quite far over on the square tonight. Not quite in the middle, obviously, because initially here at the Adelaide Oval, the pitch in the middle is usually the test pitch. Willie into Warner, and Warner hits him straight back down the ground, and it will go all the way for 4 runs to end the over. Very good shot from Warner. It's the end of the over. It's none for 31 after 5. It's a good start from the Australians in their quest to chase down 288. Very good shot from David Warner. Poor delivery there from Willie. Bit too full again. Or a bit short, I should say, in the end there. Warner was able to pounce on that and hit straight back down the ground, but that's a long hit. But he timed it well, David Warner, to get it to 4, get it to the boundary for 4. So, as we mentioned earlier, England not playing their strongest team. There's no Sam Curran, there's no Adil Rashid, there's no Wokes, there's no Mark Wood. Obviously, Mark Wood wasn't even selected in the ODI squad to begin with. As Ollie Stone continues to Travis Head, he's up, he bowls. This one's short, and Travis Head works it straight to the fielder at cover for no run. Gaming Crab says, missing Maxwell. Yes, well, he'll be out for some time. It was a freak accident, tripped over, and unfortunately fractured his leg. So let's hope we see Glenn Maxwell back in the near future. But he'll be on the sidelines for a very long while yet. But anyway, that's the way it goes in cricket with injuries. Stone in to Head. This one's short, outside off stump, and Travis Head smashes this to the point boundary for 4 runs. The boundaries are coming for Australia in this power play. England have got some concerns early on. Australia, none for 35. That one there from Stone, short and wide, outside off stump, and he just worked that nicely through point. Travis Head, he knows this ground quite well. Plays here for South Australia. Plays here for the Strikers. He knows the dimensions quite well. And that's the longest boundary. He's offside. He's leg side, the left-hander. It's the shortest boundary. Stone into Head. Head tried to heave this over the leg side. In the end, misses it, hits him on the body, and there's no run. Travis Head did not quite time that. He was looking to heave that over the leg side to that short boundary on the leg side for him as a left-hander. That's his leg side. Didn't quite time it from Stone. In the end, it was a dot. Stone into Head. And this one's guided from Travis Head to point for no run. It's a good start from Australia. None for 35, nearly after 6 overs. Good start in the power play. England lost a few wickets at this stage. There were 2, 3 down, 30-odd, and in deep trouble. Then Darwin Milan came in and did what he did and smashed 134 to give them something. Travis Head, 18 off 17, run a ball nearly for him. Stone on his way now. Bowls, this one short. Head guides it straight to the fielder at point again for no run. And there's 1 ball left of the 6th over. Ollie Stone, none for 10 from his 2.5 overs thus far. Well, the sun setting at the Adelaide Oval. The shadows are becoming a lot distinct on the field as the sun sets over the stands, behind the stands, as we go into the nighttime period. So Stone, last ball of his over to Head, and Head defends this straight into the covers for a dot. It's the end of the over. It's none for 35 after 6. And it's been a pretty good start from the Australians in their quest to chase down 288. And you would think they should be able to do it if they can do the basics well with the bat, build partnerships, and you would think they'll do that today. But they would be happy chasing down this total tonight. Good to see the crowd in, obviously. The crowd has been filtering in to the Adelaide Oval as the afternoon has progressed into the nighttime period on a Thursday night. A lot of people have come in. It's a lot cooler to watch Australia's innings to chase down 288. So here we go. Willie in to Warner, and Warner laps him down to fine leg over the rope for 6. Very good shot from David Warner. Got inside the line, helped it on its way, and he just scooped that down over the fine leg boundary for 6. Very good shot from David Warner. And that's another 6 for Australia in this innings. And it's been a good start from Australia. If they have a good opening partnership, a good start to the power play, you would think that they're well on their way to chasing down this score. Obviously, it's an obvious thing to say, but England need wickets, as you do in one-day cricket, to pick up at regular intervals. But this partnership started well. It's already 41, this opening pair. David Willey, none for 30. Been expensive. He's in to Warner. This one short, worked off his pads behind square on the leg side, down to backward square leg for a couple of runs, and they'll come back for 2. That's good running. And no need to do anything rash after you hit the boundary. Pick off 2 runs after that. Already a 6-2. It's already 8 runs off the over without taking a risk. And you've already matched the required run rate, which is 5 and over for Australia to win. So you've well gone past that. So you can just work it for 2s and singles after that, because you've hit the boundary off the first ball, and that puts the bowler under pressure. Willie in to Warner. This one's short. Warner ducks, sways out of the way, straight through to the keeper for no run. He's been expensive, David Willey. None for 32. And he hasn't played much cricket. Was a part of England's T20 World Cup squad. Didn't play a game throughout the tournament. Wasn't required. So he gets his opportunity in the one-dayers to see what he can do. We know what he can do. Willie in to Warner. This one's short, down the leg side. It will be called a wide, and it will be called a wide. by umpire Paul Rifle. And he'll signal wide to the scorers there. And that one's short down the leg side from Willie. Not a good delivery. And an extra run for Australia. None for 44. And this opening pair have started well. Warner 23 off 20. That's a pretty good scoring rate. Good strike rate. Travis Head almost a runner ball. 18 off 19. Willie into Warner. Warner works it off his pads through mid-wicket, but it's a dot ball. And we've got 2 balls left of this 7th over from David Willey. Well, the Australian summer is well and truly started as we get into the test matches, which begin at the end of the month with the West Indies and Australia. And then obviously South Africa. That's going to be a couple of interesting series. As Willie's into Warner. This one's past his outside edge. Warner plays and misses at this. Straight through to the keeper for no run. Good delivery from Willie. Good comeback after being hit for 6 off the first ball of this over. One ball left off the 7th. The Australian supporters waving the flags and cheering on the Australian team. It wasn't a great T20 World Cup. Willie into Warner. Warner drives this straight to mid-off for no runs. The end of the over. Australia are none for 44 after 7. It's a good start in the power play. And they get 100 runs for this first wicket partnership, you would think. They're well on track to chase down these runs. And it's already a good start. Some concerns for England. The pitch may be a little bit better to play on in the nighttime period. We haven't seen Australia get troubled at all. It looks pretty good. And they've played some very good shots. And a few boundaries have been scored here. So none for 44 after 7. And Australia going along nicely in the run chase. Early days, still a long way to go in this match. Need 288 runs to win to lead 1-0 in this series before we go to Sydney. That will be the next game at the Sydney Cricket Ground. And then Melbourne will be the last game of this series before we get into the test matches against Australia and the West Indies, which will start in Perth. As Stone continues to head. Head defends this. And there is no run. Well, Australia going at a run a ball, basically. The run rate's 6 and over. They need 5 and over to win the required run rate. So they're definitely matching the run rate as we speak. So concerns for England. They need wickets. If they are going to win this game, they'll probably have to bowl Australia out. Australia will just have to bat sensibly. And if they can do that, they're on their way of chasing down the runs. Here we go. Stone into Head. This one short. Head works this through. Square leg for a single. And he moves on to 19 off 21 and rotates the strike. It's David Warner on strike, which is good partnership batting there. Well, let us know in the chat, who do you think is going to win? Do you think Australia, England? Make sure you vote in the poll that we've got up, and people are saying Australia should win. 57% of you are saying that. Stone into Warner. This one's full, driven through the covers. Good fielding by the fielder at cover. They'll come back for 2, though. And David Warner moves on to 25 off 24. Yeah, that was a bit short from Stone. Warner latched on it. Good fielding from the fielder at cover. He was able to knock it down, save 4 runs. In the end, they ran 2. So who do you think? A lot of people saying 60-40 in Australia's favour. I think that's just about right. A Stone into Warner. This one short. Outside edge. It flies straight to third man. That one leapt off the surface. David Warner was unawares about that. Extra bounce there. Whoa. That one caught everyone by surprise. David Warner was shocked about that delivery. In the end, they'll get a single. This one just leapt off the surface, caught the shoulder of David Warner's bat, and it flew straight to third man. Extra bounce there from Stone. He can bowl some quick deliveries. So a single in the end after that ball. Here we go. Stone to head. This one short. Not really timed on that pull shot there from head. It works it out to backward square leg for a single. He moves on to 20 off 22. Thanks for joining us, everyone, wherever you may be around the world. Very good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. I hope you're enjoying the cricket and I hope you enjoy your day as well. So, Australia off to a good start in the run chase. None for 49. Stone about to bowl the last ball of the 8th over to Warner. He's on 26. So Stone's in, bowls this one short. Warner pulls this through his mid-wicket. They'll come back for at least 2, and they will. So good way to end the over. 2 runs to finish. It's the end of the over. None for 51 after 8 overs. The 50 partnership is up for Australia. And it's a good start from this opening pair of David Warner and Travis Head. Good start indeed. None for 51 will definitely boost the confidence of the Australian team. Watching the openers go about it in a good way. They seem to be looking pretty comfortable at the crease. They don't seem to be troubled by the bowling. And that's the thing with England. Their bowling, they do have some bowlers who can bowl some pace a little bit. I know Luke Wood, who's on debut tonight from England. I'm not talking about Mark Wood, obviously. Luke Wood, this is. No relation. Apparently, he does bowl a little bit of pace. Ollie Stone can bowl some pace. But apart from that, they don't really look threatening. And we're sort of seeing that at the moment where the bowling's not really effective. And that's the thing, really, with England, is that they don't really have a lot of those fast bowlers coming through. But it can definitely add a lot to a side if someone can bowl 140 plus. Luke Wood in for his first over in one-day internationals on debut tonight. Bowls to head, works it through mid-wicket for a couple of runs. And that's good running from Travis Head, couple of runs. And for Luke Wood, that's his first ball in one-day internationals. On debut tonight. And he's played already 2 T20 internationals for England. And that was in Pakistan a few months ago, just before the T20 World Cup. So he's had a bit of a taste for international cricket. And he'll be hoping to make a significant impact tonight for England because they need wickets. It's an ominous start for Australia. Wood in to head. Swing and a miss from head outside the off stump. Straight through to the keeper for no run. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. As I mentioned before, having a look at the chat, people think Australia, this is their game to win. 65% in the poll in the chat for Australia. For England, it's around about 35%. And I think that's just about right. You would think Australia off to a good start, and you would think England need wickets quickly if they are going to make a significant impact in this game. But a good start from the opening pair. This is what we're going to see from Australia. Wood in to Head, and Head drives this off the back foot straight to the fielder at cover for a dot ball. And that was the problem with Australia in the one-day series against New Zealand and Zimbabwe. The top order failed. So for Australia, they'll be hoping that the top order performs in this series. Already, so far, so good. 53 runs for the opening wicket. It's a good start. And they'll be hoping to make it a 100-run partnership. And even better, even more if they can. So Wood into Head. This one short. Travis Head whips this through backward square leg for a single. And he moves on to 23 of 26. David Warner's 28 of 26. We've got 2 balls left of the 9th over. Nearly completed the power play. First 10 overs, you're allowed to have 2 fielders outside the circle. And then overs 11 to 40, you're allowed to have 4. And then overs 41 to 50, you're allowed to have 5 fielders outside the circle. The Australian camp looking relaxed and calm in the pavilion there, watching on from the viewing room at the Adelaide Oval, which is side on. Wood in to Warner, defends this to mid-off for a dot ball. Well, the Australian team looking relaxed. They bowled well today. They'll be quite happy with their efforts with the ball. Much better from Australia today. They certainly went away, learnt what happened from the T20 World Cup, and they've applied the lessons in this first game of the series today. As Wood bowls his last ball to Warner. This one short. Warner whips it, works it off his pads through square leg for a single to end the over. End of the over. It's none for 55 after 9. It's a pretty good start from Australia. Nearly the end of the first power play. They've made good use of the power play. Already 55 runs from the 9 overs thus far. They've scored all around the ground. They've really cashed in on the poor deliveries. They've rotated the strike nicely. So it's been very good batting from the opening pair of Head and Warner. Looking to get the job done here for Australia, so Australia can claim a 1-0 series lead today before going into the next game in Sydney, which will be in a few days' time, and then obviously Melbourne to finish. So Ollie Stone to continue. He's going to bowl his 5th straight over in a row. He'll be bowling to Warner. None for 17 from his 4 overs thus far, Stone. He's done okay. So he'll be bowling to Warner. Here we go. Stone in to Warner, bowls, and Warner pushes this through the covers for a quick single. And he will make it home easily. And he moves on to 30. Travis Head, 23 off 26. He's on strike now. None for 56. Very good start from Australia. Good to see them really be watchful early on and looking to do the basics well with the bat, which is important. As Stone continues to head. This one short, pulled away through square leg for 4 runs from Travis Head. He latched on that quickly, picked up the line, picked up the length, and he pulled that away through square leg for 4 runs. A poor delivery from Stone. That's the short boundary on the leg side there, Travis Head, the left-hander. And he pulled that nicely through that square leg region. And in the end, he picks up 4 runs. And Ollie Stone not happy with that delivery there. But a good boundary there for Australia. Stone into Head. This one short. Playing a miss from Head. Looking to pull that ball again. But a little bit too high there from Stone with the extra bounce. Straight through to the keeper for a dot ball. And that's 1 for the over. Signaled by the umpire. And Travis Head did not quite connect with that one. If he did, well, it could have gone anywhere. Maybe a top edge over the keeper for 4 or 6. We usually see that happen when batters swing their arms like that to a short ball like that. Anyway, in the end, dot ball. Stone in to Head. This one short again, and Head carves him over the offside through the covers, and it's racing away to the boundary, and it'll get there. 4 runs. Good shot from Travis Head. Just really leapt into that one, and that's 4 runs. Good shot from Head. That was short from Stone, and it was able to help that over the top of the covers for 4 runs there, Travis Head. The angle as well. Ollie Stone, right arm over, bowling to Travis Head, the left-hander, so he's angling the ball across. That was a little bit too wide, a little bit too short outside off stump, and Head was able to throw his hands at that and get it to the boundary for 4 runs through the covers. He's on 31 now. Here we go. Stone again to Head. This one full, and Head works it straight to backward square leg for a dot. Well, it's good to see Travis Head really taking his opportunity. And Travis Head and David Warner have very fond memories opening the batting here at the Adelaide Oval. And we'll come back to that after this ball. 1 ball left of the 10th over and be the end of the power play. Australia have made good use of this first power play. Stone in to Head. This one's down the leg side, and Head helps it on its way to backward square leg. Good fielding from David Willey. He'll cut it off for a single. That's the end of the over. None for 65 after 10. And it's the end of the first power play. And Australia really off to a good start in the run chase, chasing England's target of 288 to win. So as we begin the second power play, you can have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle for those who are just getting into the game. Going back to David Warner and Travis Head. Now, these two have opened the partnership, have opened the batting together in one-day cricket, I should say. Here at this very ground, back in 2017, where they played that one-dayer on Australia Day against Pakistan, these two added 284 runs for the first wicket. And Australia went on to win that game quite easily in the end, batting first. So 284 runs is the highest partnership that these two have had in one-day cricket. And that was on this ground at the Adelaide Oval back in the summer of 2016-17 against Pakistan. And both of them made hundreds. As Wood's into Head, this one's on his pads. He works it through square leg for 1. And I remember that game very well because Pakistan didn't really quite play well in that one-dayer in 2016-17, which was here at the Adelaide Oval on Australia Day. And David Warner and Travis Head opened the batting, and they just smashed it to all parts of the ground, like they're doing tonight. Obviously, the game against Pakistan here, they just smashed it everywhere. And they went on to make 284 runs for the first wicket. And it was an extraordinary partnership. Wood in to Warner, top edge. And it flies away down over the head of Butler, the keeper, for 4 runs behind him. And David Warner did not quite time that pull shot. In the end, gets a top edge, and it flies over Butler's head down to the boundary for 4. And David Warner got enough bat on that to get it over Butler's head for 4. It could easily bob up in the air and get caught. But in the end, he got enough bat on that in glove. And he got that for 4 runs. Very good shot there from David Warner. Wood in to Warner. This one short. Pulled away. Through backward square leg for another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for David Warner. It's a poor ball from Luke Wood. That was short down leg side, and Warner helped it on its way through the backward square leg region. 4 runs, back-to-back boundaries. Good shot from David Warner. That one just didn't really get up from Luke Wood there. And in the end, David Warner played that nicely. It was around about hip height, and he was able just to work that through to backward square leg for 4 runs. Wood in to Warner. This one's down the leg side again. It's running away to the boundary again for 4. 3 boundaries. There's a hat trick of boundaries for David Warner. And he's off and running in this innings. Back-to-back boundaries. In the end, it's 4 leg byes, but Australia will take that. It's 3 boundaries in a row. 2 of them have come off the bat. 1 of them's come off the pads. And that's 4 leg byes. And Butler could not reach it. And in the end, he could not cut that off. And 4 leg byes onto the turtle for Australia. David Warner and Travis Head off to a good start. It's none for 78, this partnership. Off to a very good start for Australia. Wood in to Warner. This one defended from Warner. Back down the pitch for no run. Good comeback there from Luke Wood after being dispatched for 3 boundaries. 2 of them off the bat. 1 of them was off the pads for leg byes. But hasn't quite got his line and length right here. As I mentioned, I haven't seen a lot of him. He's only come onto the scene recently. But he's getting his opportunity here. So good opportunity for him, I suppose, on debut tonight to show us what he can do for those who haven't seen him before. Wood in to Warner. Warner works this to point for no runs. The end of the over. And it's none for 78 after 11. It's a pretty good over from Australia. An expensive over from England. Australia off to a very good start. This is what you like to see from Australia. Promising start in the run chase. They're well on their way. England need wickets. How often we say that in the game as a bowling side. You need to pick up wickets at regular intervals to slow the run rate down. That's your job as a bowler. And already for England, their bowling doesn't really look threatening, doesn't really look troubling. The Australian batters look at ease facing this sort of bowling with their pace. And that's why England often struggle in Australia, because they don't have fast bowlers who can get wickets. and cause problems on these pitches. But anyway, it's a very good start from Australia. And I won't be surprised if they're able to chase down these runs with ease. It's a pretty good start as we are about to begin the 12th over. And it's going to be Chris Jordan for the first time this evening. And he'll be bowling from the cathedral end, the scoreboard end at the Adelaide Oval. And he'll be looking to get an early breakthrough if he can. John says, in honour of South Australia, Adelaide, just getting my pie floater ready. Indeed. Jordan in to head whips this through mid-wicket for a single. Well, yes, it's definitely a delicacy if you're from Adelaide, of course. If you had an interesting night the night before, and you're a bit hungover, that's probably the meal for most people. If you're a bit hungover in Adelaide after a long night on the town, people tend to eat that just to, try and recover from the hangover. But I've never tried it myself, John, the pie floater. But I know a lot of people have eaten that. If you're from this part of Australia in Adelaide, it's considered a delicacy late at night. And no doubt some people will be having those. Jordan in to Warner, and Warner works his pass backward point. It's racing away to the boundary for 4, and it will be 4. Good timing. 4 runs for David Warner. He races to 42, and that was a very good shot through backward point. Just a little bit too short there from Chris Jordan. And he was able to hit that to the boundary. John says in Sydney. Yes. Well, I guess in a lot of areas in Australia, often you get those pie floaters, but it's definitely popular in Adelaide, that's for sure, with some people. As Jordan's into Warner, this one short, slashed away through Warner from David Warner through the point region, and he'll get a single to deep point. And Australia going along nicely in the run chase. It's fairly straightforward now, really. None for 84. It's a good start. 10 boundaries and 2 sixes have been hit. Travis Head's 34 off 33, so nearly a run a ball. David Warner is 43 off 36. The Barmy Army look cheerful, obviously, just still recovering from the T20 World Cup win that England had 4 days ago against Pakistan at the MCG. As Jordan's in to Head, and Head drives this on the back foot to the fielder at cover for no run. John says in Sydney, it will be a tiger pie, removed the original post. Interesting. Didn't know that. Thanks for that, John. Different names in different parts of Australia. But a wonderful evening in Adelaide. The sun setting and Chris Jordan in to Head. This one short. Head works his through point. You'll pick up another single. It's been good batting from the Australians. Good to see this. It's been good batting. We haven't seen enough of this consistency from the Australian batters over the years. We would like to see that more often. And it's a good start. This is what you want to see. Balanced with smartness and aggressive approach and positive intent. They've really cashed in on the poor balls, and the England bowlers haven't got their lines and lengths right. They've been a bit all over the place. When you're defending 288, it's always going to be a challenge. Jordan in to Warner. This one's full in his pads. He works it nicely through square leg for a single. Warner. He moves on to 44. That's the end of the over. It's none for 86 after 12. None for 86 after 12. And Australia going nicely in the run chase. It's easy going at the moment. And you'll have to say from England's point of view, they will be hoping for an early breakthrough here. But this partnership has set the foundation, has set the platform for Australia. And you would think Australia will be able to capitalise off this and chase down these runs with ease as the sun sets over Adelaide Oval. As we get into the evening period, it's just round about past 7 o'clock local time, nearly 5 minutes past 7 local time in Adelaide. So we're just getting into the nighttime period. Luke Wood will continue to David Warner, pulled out at the last minute there. Something not right from Warner. He's raring to go again, Wood, so he's in. And he bowls to Warner. This one's full. Warner works it off his pads to mid-wicket for no run. So it's a very nice evening in Adelaide. And if we played this game a few days after today's game today on Thursday, if we played it over the weekend or on Friday or Saturday or Sunday, we would not get a game on at all because of the rain. Apparently it's meant to be thunderstorms in the next few days in Adelaide. So good thing that we played the game today because it's nice and sunny. As Woods into Warner. This one short outside off stump. Warner drives this through the covers for another boundary. 4 more onto the total for Australia. The runs are leaking for England. And the boundaries are being scored by Australia. Warner's on 48. It's a very good start. And this partnership has got Australia off to an ideal start. Now short and wide from Luke Wood. David Warner was able to pounce on that through the covers. And as we've seen from the Australian batters tonight, and Head and Warner, they've played some very good cricket shots. It hasn't been risky. It's been quite sensible. And it's been quite good. Right? Good to see that. Wood into Warner. Down the leg side. Pulled away through square leg from Warner for a single. And he moves on to 49. 1 ball left. One run left, I should say, for David Warner to get his half century. He's got a point to prove. David Warner had a bit of a quiet T20 World Cup and nearly took out Paul Wilson, the square leg umpire. Nearly hit them. That ball nearly hit him. Paul Wilson's just relieved that ball just swung past him and missed him. It's a dangerous place standing at square leg as an umpire. Wood into Head. Head works this down to fine leg off his hip for a single. And David Warner's back on strike. At this stage, England with 3 for 60. Around about this stage of the match, around about 12.4 overs in, England with 3 for 61. Australia now none for 92. So Australia miles ahead on comparison. And the run rate's in check. Nothing to worry about. This partnership is off to a very good start. And the run chase as well. As Wood into Warner. He bowls, and this one catches Warner by surprise. In the end, Warner defends it, works its way out to cover the ball for a dot ball. That one just catching Warner by surprise there. Just hitting the shoulder of the bat there. Warner wasn't expecting that extra bounce. And in the end, he played it nicely. No damage done. 1 run away from his half century. 49 off 41. He's been scoring at a good rate. Travis Head's 36 off 36. Run a ball, so that's pretty good. So here we go. Wood into Warner again. He bowls. This one short on his pads. Through to mid-wicket for a dot ball. David Warner nearly looking for the single there. Looking to pick off the single and raise the bat for a half century. But David Warner has batted well tonight. The lights coming on at Adelaide Oval as an aeroplane flies over the ground. As it does, because the airport's not far away from the Oval here in Adelaide. It's the end of the over. It's none for 92 after 30. A very good start from the Australians in the run chase. Very good start, indeed. Hopefully for Australia, they'll be hoping that Travis Head, David Warner can finish off the job and win by 10 wickets. You never know, that's a possibility. So Jordan in to head. This one's left straight through to the keeper for no run. Well, let us know in the chat. What do you think about this game? What do you think needs to happen for England to get back into this match? Or what does Australia need to do? Well, it's pretty straightforward. Australia just need to keep batting like this. No need to take risks. The partnership is good. Off to a good start. None for 92. England need wickets. That's a no-brainer. As Jordan's into head. And head works it through mid-wicket for a quick single. Good running. Rotating the strike nicely, these two. And this opening partnership, David Warner and Travis Head. It's been a long time since they've opened the batting together in one-day cricket. Obviously, Aaron Finch now retired. Gives an opportunity for Travis Head to see what he can do. Obviously, Travis Head's one of the options that Australia are thinking about. You've got Ben McDermott. You've got Josh Philippe. You've even got Josh Inglis. You could open the batting as well. As Jordan continues to Warner. He'll be ready to bowl his third ball. He's up, he bowls. This one's full. Warner hits it straight back. Jordan to mid-off for no run. 1 run away from his half-century, David Warner. And it's been a good innings from him tonight. Chris Jordan just changing the pace on that, rolling the fingers across the ball. I think that'll be the plan from England, to bowl cutters and take the pace off and slower balls and try different variations, because what they've been trying at the moment hasn't worked. As Chris Jordan is raring to go now for his 4th ball. Into Warner, bowls. This one's full, outside off start. Warner works it straight to the fielder at cover for a quick single, and that will bring up his half-century. 50 runs for David Warner, half-century for him off 44 balls. Well played, David Warner. Round of applause for him from the dugout and from the Australian supporters as well. Even me, round of applause from me as well. And it's a good half-century from David Warner. Raises the bat. It's David Warner's fastest ODI 50 against England. Of 44 balls, he scored this 50, and he's got Australia off to a very good start in the run chase. And that's his 27th half-century in one-day cricket as well, David Warner. Jordan into head. This one tucks head up, cramps him up for room into his pads for no run. Try to work that through mid-wicket, square leg. In the end, Jordan was able just to cramp him up for room there. Last ball left of Jordan's over. None for 10 from Nelly. His 2 overs completed. Travis Head doing well. 11 boundaries, 2 sixes in the innings thus far for Australia. Phil Salt looking on in the field. He's right on the boundary. He'll be hoping to take a catch or save runs if he can. Jordan into head. This one full, outside off stump. In the end, gets away with it, Jordan. The fielder in the deep cuts it off for a single. End of the over. It's none for 95 after 14. Good start from the Australians, and it's a good inning from David Warner. Half-century for him. And I think the players are... Nope, I don't think it's drinks. I think David Warner wants to change his gloves or something like that. John says, if it wasn't for Milan, we'll be turning the lights off now. Yes, we would be, John. Because it didn't look good at one stage. England with 3-4 down for 60-odd. It didn't really look good. So, yeah. But at least, England got to a competitive total. You would think now with the start that Australia's had, David Warner started well, 50 or 44 balls, and Travis Head doing what he's doing. Partnerships, 95 for the first wicket. You would think Australia's well on their way to winning this game now. It's pretty simple for England. Take wickets to give themselves a chance. But, at the end of the day, 287 is probably not going to be enough. This pitch here in Adelaide, probably 300 maybe, but they just didn't bat well at the start and lost early wickets, and they just kept losing wickets. Milan was the only one who added some sort of stability and resistance. Liam Dawson is into the attack, the spinner. I'm pretty sure he's a leg spinner. I'll have to see what sort of spin he bowls, off spin or leg spin. I'm pretty sure he's either one. But he's into the attack, the spinner, Liam Dawson. It's his only 4th game in one-day internationals for England, so he hasn't played a lot. He's going to be bowling to Travis Head. He's up, he bowls, and this one's defended from head, straight to the fielder at cover for no run. So Liam Dawson looks like he's an orthodox. I think he's an unorthodox bowler, I think he's bowling off spin. Dawson in to head. This one's guarded through the covers for a single from head. Moves on to 39. So, bit of spin. Let's see what the spinners can do from England. Liam Dawson's into the attack. Can he get a bit of turn on this surface? Adam Zampa, Ashton Agar bowled okay in the Australian innings. The leg spinner and the left arm unorthodox bowler. David Warner on strike to Dawson. Dawson in. Bowls. And Warner sweeps it. Behind square on the leg side for a single. Good shot there from Warner just to work it around the corner behind square on the leg side. Get an easy single there. And that's what he's done. He's played some very good shots tonight, David Warner. Very smart batter. Very experienced. He knows what he's doing. So Dawson in to head. He bowls and head advances down the wicket over mid-off's head for 4 runs. Good use of the feet from Travis Head. And that's the first boundary of the over. And that's a good shot from Travis Head. Used the feet well. The 100 partnership is up. And that's the 100 partnership up for Australia. And good use of the feet there from Travis Head. Got down to the pitch of the ball. Hit that over mid-off's head for 4 runs. 100 partnership up from Travis Head and David Warner as an opening partnership. That's another one in the book. That's their second 100-run partnership. Dawson in to head. And this one's worked down to long on for a single. So as I mentioned, second 100-run partnership for Travis Head and David Warner opening the batting. Their first 100-run partnership actually came at this ground. That was against Pakistan when they got 284 for the first wicket. Dawson in. Warner sweeps him through mid-wicket for a single to end the over. It's none for 103 after 15 overs. Australia off to a very good start, and it's been a very lackluster bowling performance from England thus far. They can't seem to get it right, and it's been a good partnership. John, you say Green is a bit of a worry in white ball cricket. Very one-dimensional bowler and hasn't worked his role yet. Yeah, John. Even the commentators mentioned that as well. But he's learning. He's learning, Cameron Green. Look, it's early doors in his career. We've got to give him time to learn and develop. And with more experience and more time playing in the one-day team and also in Test cricket, I think in Test cricket he knows his role. One-day cricket, just trying to find out what's his role in the team, and maybe he needs to, develop some variations with the ball. He's bowled one pace throughout his short ODI career as Jordan bowls to Warner. This one's worked to backward point for no run. So, yeah, I wouldn't say he's a bit of a worry. He's going to be a great cricketer. We just have to give him some time to learn and develop. I think he'll get better. In all formats, he'll be a very good player. But in one-day cricket, T20 cricket, he'll learn different variations with the ball. He'll learn how to build an innings, construct an innings, how to accelerate, when not to accelerate, as Jordan bowls to Warner. This one short, pulled through mid-wicket. Misfield, and will race away for 4. Oh, England, not great in the field tonight. Ollie Stone misfielded that at mid-wicket. And in the end, 4 runs for David Warner to add more pain and more salt into the wounds for England. And that was a misfield there. Not good. Runs into the boundary rope for 4. And David Warner gets another boundary, moves on to 56. And, going back on to Cameron Green. Yeah, he's going to be an exciting talent, that's for sure. But we've got to give him time. And, he'll develop, he'll learn, he'll he'll make those adjustments in his game going forward. Jordan in to Warner. This one's full when punched to mid-off for no run. Top ball. Well, none for 107 Australia. It's been a good opening partnership. Warner and Head, as I mentioned before. This is the second opening partnership that they've put on 100 runs together, David Warner and Travis Head. The first time they put on 100 runs opening the batting in a one-day cricket was back against Pakistan. And that was back at Adelaide Oval back in 2016-17. So these two know how to bat together opening the partnership at the Adelaide Oval. Jordan in to Warner, works this through the covers. It won't quite get to the boundary. The fielder in the deep, the sweeper will come around and cut that off. And they'll come back for a couple of runs. Good running again. None for 110. 2 balls left the 16th. It's been easy work from the Australians. So going back on to David Warner and Travis Head, second 100-run partnership. This one tonight. The last one was at the Adelaide Oval, and that was against Pakistan in 2016-17. They put on 284 for the first wicket. So it looks like they're going to do that again tonight because Australia need 288 runs to win. If Australia can do that again, that'll be pretty good. If David Warner and Travis Head can repeat the partnership that they got of 284 runs back in 2016-17 when they opened the batting with each other, back in that one day which Australia played against Pakistan on Australia Day here against Pakistan at the Adelaide Oval. And this delivery from Chris Jordan, not a good delivery. And Travis Head smashes that back down the ground for 4 runs, past mid-off. Another boundary for the Australians. Travis Head's on 48, and he'll be looking to get his half century. Another boundary. An expensive over from Jordan. Jordan in. This one whipped off his pads in front of square on the leg side for 4 runs, and that will bring up Travis Head's 50 to end the... It's 50 runs for Travis Head, half century, and that is the end of the over. We're just having to check to see if it carried or not over the rope for 6, but I'm pretty sure it was a boundary. But nonetheless, Travis Head has his 50. Half century for him. Poor delivery from Chris Jordan. Onto the pads there. Travis Head was able to whip that in front of square on the leg side. And 4 runs in the end. So that's going to be a boundary to end the over. Just having a look at the replay. Yep, bounced inside the boundary rope. So that's 4 runs. And that will be the end of the over. End of the over. None for 118. A boundary to end the over from Travis Head. Brings up his half century. 52 for him of 46 balls. He's going along nicely. David Warner's going along nicely as well. John says, I think he'll get better too, but it will come down, is he a batting all-rounder or bowling all-rounder? Playing time all over the order isn't helping at this stage. No, it isn't. Dawson into the attack, and Warner dispatches him to the boundary for 4 runs. And Australia are looking to win this game by a big margin now. The partnership's 122. David Warner smashed another boundary. He's 63. And as we know, that is quite a significant number in the game of cricket, of course, for many reasons. I think everyone knows. Dawson in to Warner, works it to backward point for a dot. Obviously, 63 was the number that Philip Hughes finished on, obviously. 63, not out forever. And David Warner's on that number at the moment. Dawson into Warner, who laps this down to fine leg. It's racing away to the boundary. They won't quite get there. They'll come back for 2, though. Warner moves on to 65. Yes, going back to your point there, John, about Cameron Green. Yes, it doesn't help if he's moving up the order or down the order. More so in one-day cricket and T20 cricket. In Test cricket, his role in the team's pretty much settled. He knows what he needs to do. As Dawson comes into Warner, works this through mid-wicket for a single. In one-day cricket, T20 cricket, it's not ideal with him being up the order and down the order all the time. So, Australia will really have to define a role for him there. in Test cricket, his role's pretty much set in stone. He bats, at 6 or 5. Yeah, around about 5 or 6. As Dawson bowls to head, works it off the back foot to cover for no run. So he knows his role there, and he comes on after the main bowlers like Stark, Hazelwood, and Cummins. Comes on with Nathan Lyon to do their role. So in the Test side, he knows his role. It's just the limited over side that his role's uncertain at this stage. And that's another boundary from Travis Head. Good use of the feet, down the pitch, and he's dispatched Liam Dawson off the last ball of the over for 4 to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs. End of the over. It's none for 129. It's time for a drinks break here at the Adelaide Oval. Time for drinks. England need a bit of a reset. This partnership is taking the England bowlers downtown. So drinks break here at the Adelaide Oval. And it's pretty much Australia. Their game to lose now. It's been a good opening partnership. It's been very good. And they'll be hoping for more runs as we progress throughout the innings. So drinks at the Adelaide Oval. Australia, none for 129. It's been a pretty good opening partnership from them. Nothing more to add on to it, really. It's been a pretty good partnership. For England, they've got a lot of problems. They just haven't got it right with the ball. It's not their strongest attack. Obviously, no Adil Rashid, no Moeen Ali, no Sam Curran. Would have been a different story. No Chris Woakes either. But still, anyway, the bowlers that they've selected for today's game, not really quite doing their role. This opening partnership's really done well. Yes, thank you, Chris K. 450 subscribers. Well, David Warner and Travis Head have brought up their half centuries, but we've brought up our half century as well. 450 subscribers. Thank you, Chris K, for letting us know that. Yes, we need 50 more runs to get to 500. Please subscribe. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and do all those good things. And we need 50 more subscribers to get to 500. Not far away from it. 50 runs to get there. I think we can knock them over and get on to 500 if we can. But thanks for that, Chris K. Thanks for letting us know. And, yep, we raised the bat for the half century of subscribers, 450. Thanks for letting us know that. Now, obviously, as I mentioned before, and what we're seeing now on the broadcast, if you're watching that on TV at home, David Warner and Travis Head, that partnership in Adelaide back in 2016-17, the 5th ODI of the series, it was on Australia Day. David Warner and Travis Head added 284 runs on that day. Both of them scored centuries. Can they do it? Can they match that partnership tonight? I think they can, because this partnership looks like it's not like they're going to get out. Let us know in the chat. Do you think they can? I remember that game so well. Travis Head, David Warner just smashed the Pakistan bowlers all parts of the ground in Adelaide. And can they do it tonight? Well, none for 129 off 17. It looks like they're going to do that again. This time it's in a run chase, and they're chasing 288. So it's a very good start from Australia. This game is going one way at the moment. It's just a matter of time when Australia will finish the game off. We probably won't go with the full 50. Jordan in to Warner, defends on the front foot for no run, and it's a dot ball. So let us know in the chat. Can they do it? Dr. Jihan, hello. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us. Just woke up on night shifts. How did England get to 288? They were 100 for 4. Yeah, Jihan. One batter in particular, Darwin Milan. He smashed 134 to get England to that score of 287. They were 4 down for 100. That's a dot ball there from Jordan. Warner defends again. Back down the pitch for no run. Australia bowled well today. 288 is not going to be enough tonight. This partnership's, well on track to chase down these runs. They were 4 for 100. Darwin Malan came in, smashed 134. In the end, Australia got them 9 down for 287. So it's not going to be enough from England tonight. Their bowling hasn't been on song tonight. That one short and wide outside off stump from Jordan. Gets away with it. Warner doesn't time it. Hits it straight to the fielder at cover for no run. But at least it's a competitive game, Jihan. At one stage, it looked like we're going to end early. So it's a good thing that we have a game that's competitive. You don't want to see one side get bowled out for nothing. So it was good to see Darwin Malan bat well. It was a very good innings. Played really well. No, Australia were bowling well, Jihan. It's just Darwin Malan batted well. It was a good innings. Jordan into Warner. This one's driven through the covers for a single. The sweeper, we cut it off for 2 in the end. No, we didn't really mess it up, Jihan. We bowled well up front. We got him 4 down for 60-odd at one stage. Darwin Malan was the main batter throughout the innings. Mitchell Starc bowled well. His figures don't reflect that, but he bowled well. He bowled some good Yorkers. Pat Cummins took 3 wickets. Adam Zampa took 3 wickets. Josh Hazlewood didn't play today. We played 2 spinners, and Agar and Zampa, because we're thinking about India next year. Jordan into Warner. This one's short on his pads, works it to backward square leg for a single. So we bowled better, Jihan. If you see the highlights, we bowled better. We had a few chances in the field, some very tough chances. Ashton Agar at backward point nearly stuck a brilliant catch with one hand. Unfortunately, they either stick, they don't, those. Marcus Stoinis had a caught and bowled chance off Butler, but that really came back at him at pace. Travis Head dropped a simple catch in the deep, but besides from that, England just didn't bat well today and had a bit of a batting collapse. And Darwin Malan was the only one who batted well. Bit of a hangover from the T20 World Cup. Jordan in. This one's full, outside off stump. Warner drives it straight to the fielder in the deep for a single. That's the end of the 18th over. It's none for 133 after 18. So Australia going along nicely in the run chase. Nothing much to say, really. Jihan says, I meant they'll probably collapse in the run chase. 1 wicket is all it takes. Yeah, it is. It doesn't look like that at the moment, Jihan. The bowling hasn't been good from England. It's not their strongest attack. Let's just say that. There's no Sam Curran. There's no Adil Rashid. But, Australia's just batted well tonight, and they bowled well, and England didn't bat well. So in the end, 287 is not going to be enough. 288 to win for Australia, not going to be enough. But, Liam Dawson back into the attack, Travis Head. But, looking at Australia's performance tonight, Jihan, it was a good bowling performance. We did better. There are a few areas to tidy up on, of course, but I think we fielded better. We bowled better. The intensity in the field was up. The body language was good. England were a bit flat. It's very hard for them to get up for this series because they just won the T20 World Cup. Of course, they were going to be flat. Of course, they were going to get, a bit of a batting collapse going on, which they did. Dawson in. And this one's hit straight back down to the ground to long on for a couple of runs. From Travis Head, he moves on to 59, and he's batted well. Jihan says, geez, let David Willey get 34. Yeah, he did, but he had a good partnership with Darwin Malan. The pitch was a little bit too paced at the start, Jihan. It wasn't really that much that the batters could do. It was a little bit too paced. Once you got in and got set, it became easier. This pitch is not a typical Adelaide Oval wicket. Dawson in to Head, swing and a miss, straight through to the keeper for no run. Good crowd in. Jihan says, sorry for the negativity, but recently they've messed it up so many games. They've had one pretty much chasing a bit in T20. Yeah, I can understand if you're a bit negative, a bit pessimistic about Australia's chances. Good sweep from Travis Head down to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. That's a pretty good sweep shot there from Head. He's on 63. This partnership is guiding Australia to victory. And that's a poor ball from Dawson there. Bit too short. Travis Head was able to sweep that in front of square on the leg side through the mid-wicket boundary, deep mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. Dawson in, Head works this just short of backward point, nearly an opportunity for a catch. But in the end, Travis Head is safe, gets a single. I don't think it carried to Sam Curran. He's on the field. I think someone's off the field. So Sam Curran's not playing today. That one just fell short of him as the sub fielder. I don't think it carried. Travis Head got away with that. But it would be nice to see Travis Head and David Warner smash these runs and win by 10 wickets. Yeah, that one just didn't carry to backward point. So just short of Sam Curran there. But I can understand if you're a bit pessimistic there, Jihan, and many supporters will feel the same as well, given that Australia stuffed it up so many times. Playing a miss from Warner to win the over. Dot ball, it's the end of the over, none for 140 after 19. You say, Jihan, yeah, I watched the start. The ball moved around a bit with the new ball. Yeah, it did. And they bowled well, Australia up front. Cummins and Stark bowled a really good opening spell. Jihan says, need to get another 50 odd between these two, and then hopefully the rest of the order get them over the line. That's right, Jihan. It doesn't look like they're going to get out because England's bowling's not their strongest attack tonight. They've got a few players who haven't played a lot of cricket. Ollie Stone, Luke Wood, David Willey. He was a part of the T20 World Cup squad, didn't play a game. So they haven't really performed at their best tonight with the ball, England. Chris Jordan's expensive, none for 30 from his 4. He played in the T20 World Cup in the last 2 games. He's in to Head, and Travis Head hits him straight back down the ground for 4 runs. That's a glorious shot. Hit through the line cleanly. Travis Head looks in good touch. 4 runs for Chris Jordan. 4 runs conceded from Chris Jordan. 4 runs for Travis Head. Very good shot. He picked that up nicely. Hit through the line cleanly. Straight back down the ground. It's often a hard shot here in Adelaide to hit back down the ground because of the size of the ground. But Chris Jordan got that one wrong. Took the pace off. That's not sort of the plan to be going with here in Adelaide at the moment, especially with Travis Head and David Warner looking ominous, looking aggressive. Thanks for your comment there, Jihan. Yep. They look like doing it easily now, Australia. You know, this is a pretty good partnership. I don't want to put the mockers on them as the umpire, Paul Wilson, would look to change the ball. The seams just lifted up a little bit there, so he'll probably ask for a replacement. I think he will. I think that's damaged. The seams just ripped up there a little bit there. It's just sticking up. Siddharth says, don't you live in Adelaide? Yes, I do. Siddharth, I do live in Adelaide. Well, in the Adelaide region, I should say. Not in Adelaide itself, but around Adelaide. That's what I will say. But I've been to the Adelaide Oval many times before, if you're asking about that. Yeah, I've been there a few times. Been there for a couple ODIs. That was against India and South Africa back in 2018-19. And I've been there for a few Big Bash games for the Strikers. It's such a wonderful ground, Adelaide. Change the ball. Paul Wilson, Sam Nagoski, the 4th umpire with the box of balls, looking to replace it after Travis Head knocked it into the fence. Jihan, you say Kerry O'Keefe said on Fox, the T20 World Cup, Australia pick the best bowlers. England pick the right bowlers and bowl to restrict runs with their variations. Said time for Australia 3 quicks to move on from T20. He pretty much said what I've been thinking. Yeah, I did hear that, Jihan. I did hear that from Kerry O'Keefe. Yeah, he did say that. Maybe they won't be there in 2024, but maybe they're just lacking those variations in T20 cricket. Anyway, you know, for Australia, that's gone now. So we're just focusing on the preparation for the World Cup next year. And with the Australian bowlers that they've got here, you know, it's our best attack. So Jordan in to Head. This one defended to point. In the end, they'll get a single for Travis Head there. Well, Australia miles ahead of the comparison as we have a look at the Worms. They're miles ahead of the England Worm. England just lost wickets at regular intervals. Didn't really get going at all. Darwin Malan was the only one who really settled. But David Warner and Travis Head. This is ominous signs for England. This could be a 10-wicket win. Could be. This partnership looked like, taking it home for Australia, and they should. You're in, you're set, get a big one. That was short and wide from Jordan. That's going to be a wide. That's a poor ball. Paul Wilson has to, make the wide signal to the scorers and say that's one for the over. John says T20 is in the rear view. Now the real cricket is on. Jihan says, yeah, the Mickey Mouse stuff is over for now until 2024. So Chris Jordan into Warner. He's batting well. Oh, inside edge, nearly chopped it onto his stumps. It works its way behind square on the leg side, down to fine leg for a single. Warner moves on to 70 off 61. Heads 69 off 56. It's been a good partnership. And, England just haven't got it right with the ball tonight. David Warner nearly played it on, nearly chopped it on, inside edge, but it missed the stumps completely. Went past Butler, got a single for his troubles. He's batted well tonight, David Warner. He's got a point to prove. David Warner. But he's batting really well here. 70 off 61. Jordan in. Head is out. He's gone. Travis Head is gone for 69. And he's held out to the man at deep mid-wicket there. Phil Salt does the fielding. And he's gone for 69, Travis Head. But look, really, it was a good partnership. Did his job. And Australia are well on track to get these runs now. All thanks to the partnership between Warner and Head. Wasn't to be for Travis Head, but he started well in his opening campaign to really cement a spot in this one-day team as opener. He's got to go for 69. It's 1 for 147. Chris Jordan gets the wicket. Well, Steve Smith's going to come at the crease. He's going to be at number 3. And he'll be hoping to finish off the job for Australia and get these runs with David Warner. But good innings from Travis Head. Unfortunately, just picked out the fielder there at deep square leg. Around about that region there. Phil Salt picked it nicely with that catch and took it easily. So he's on his way, Travis Head, but very good innings from him tonight. It will boost his confidence and good to see him in the runs. Disappointed with that shot, but nonetheless, he did his job. 69 he made, and Steve Smith arrives at the crease. Sadaf says, let's be honest, T20 is the most exciting and ODI is the most boring format. Yeah, Sadaf, a lot of people say that, but a lot of people prefer one-day cricket over T20 cricket, to be honest. But that's just your preference, really. Everyone has their own preferences. As Chris Jordan gets the first wicket of the day. Wasn't his best delivery, but he got a wicket. Anyway, Steve Smith on strike. Australia well in control in the run chase. 1 for 147. Jordan in. This one short. Play and a miss from Smith. Straight past his outside edge. Straight through to the keeper for a dot. And Steve Smith will be hoping to get some runs here. Didn't play much in the T20 World Cup. Only played one game against Afghanistan and didn't really play well there. But there you go. Good start from Jordan. Squared Steve Smith up there. But for Australia, they're off to a good start. Travis Head did his role. Would have liked a century, but anyway, doesn't quite go to plan all the time. Jordan into Smith. This one's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Poor delivery from Jordan. Got to get the line right. Jihan says, there you go. Catching practice to a real pie. Well, it wasn't his best delivery, Jordan, but, as we know, the old saying goes in cricket, if you ball a poor delivery, often gets you wickets. And anyway, Travis Head didn't quite get it over the rope. Didn't quite get it over the head of Phil Salt there on the boundary. But anyway, I'm not going to criticize Travis Head. Played his role. Did his role. That's what you want from your openers. So I'm not going to be too harsh on Travis Head. 69 or 57 is pretty good. Good opening partnership. Got the team off to a good start. Now Australia don't feel like they're under pressure. That one's left outside his off stump there, Steve Smith. Straight through to the keeper for a dot. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 148 after 20. Australia going along nicely in the run chase. And England's bowlers have had it pretty tough in this game thus far, but Chris Jordan got the first breakthrough. So hopefully they can get a few more. But Australia will be hoping they can just knock over these runs quickly and move on to the next game in Sydney, which is in a few days' time. Jihan says Warner hasn't scored an international 100 for 2 to 3 years, I think. Scored a few 90s, though. Yes, he has. He hasn't really quite got that century yet, David Warner. But, you can always rely on him. He's a very good player. He knows what he's doing. 70 off 61. He's looked pretty good tonight. He's played some good shots. He's an aggressive player, as we know. Likes bat on ball. As Dawson's in to Warner. This one defended by Warner to short third man for a dot ball. Yes, to say, Jihan, I was surprised Cummins bowled first. The Australian way used to be pile up a big score, then get stuck in with the ball, with the new ball. Yes. We've tended to batted second recently. And that was the Australian way, as you mentioned there, Jihan. We would bat first and score a big score and, be aggressive with the ball. But that seems to be the other way around now. As Dawson is going to bowl to Warner. He's in. Warner advances down the wicket. Doesn't time it. It goes to point, backward point for a dot ball. David Warner looking to put the foot down. There. $70 off 63, David Warner. Dawson in. Warner sweeps him behind square on the leg side to backward square leg for a single. And that's all that Australia need to do. Just pick the gaps, work the singles. The run rate's in check. This game's going one way now. And it's pretty much going the way of Australia. England need wickets. That's an obvious thing for them. You pick up wickets, you've got a chance, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case here in Adelaide tonight. But at least we've got a game that is competitive, at least for the first innings. But the second innings, it's sort of one-sided now. The crowd has trickled in to Adelaide Oval, and they'll be looking to enjoy the Australian second innings here because they're off to a good start. Dawson in. This one's short outside off stump. Worked through the covers from Smith, and he'll be off the mark. And that's his first run of this innings. Yeah, Pat Cummins decided to bowl today. The pitch, both teams decided to, England wanted to bat first. Australia wanted to bowl first. So both teams got what they wanted. Dawson in. This one's worked down the ground from Warner down to long on for a single. The Australian dugout looking calm, looking relaxed. Dawson in, and Smith drives back down the ground to long off for a single to end the over. End of the over, it's 1 for 152 after 21. 1 for 152 after 21 overs. It's a pretty good start from the Australians. They're well on track now. This game's pretty much going one way at the moment. John says, to be honest, Cummins is the weak link in the white ball cricket. Well, maybe in T20s. He's the weakest link there, as most people have said. But he bowled well. He bowled well today. He got 3 wickets, and he bowled well up front. Pat Cummins, Ollie Stone back into the attack. England need a breakthrough. He can bowl a bit of pace. None for 27. He's been pretty good. Bowled well at the start of his spell, so he's back in for his second spell, and he'll be hoping to get a breakthrough for the skipper and Butler. Jihan says, yeah, didn't think making him captain was the right call, especially if he's not going to play every game. Also leaves Hazelwood and Stark fighting for one place on pitches, not pace-friendly. Yes. I don't know. If Australia go in with Pat Cummins just for this 50-over World Cup, I think that's the plan. And then I think after the World Cup, I think they'll go with someone else, I think. Because Australia just need a captain for this World Cup, really. I think that's the thinking behind Cummins becoming the captain. He wasn't my first choice either. As Stone in to Smith. This one's worked through point. Racing away to the boundary, but he'll be cut off for a couple of runs. Good running there from Warner and Smith. 2 more onto the tally. So I think after this 50-over World Cup in India, I think we'll see someone else become captain. I think this is only a temporary thing, I think. Because you got to think about the long term. Pat Cummins is in his 20s, late 20s. He could easily play for another few years. So if you take the captaincy off him, leave him for Test cricket, give someone else the captaincy, I think that'll be the way that Australia should go. A Stone into Smith. This one's defended back down the pitch for no run. But, yeah, it was quite interesting they made him captain. But they've gone that way, and you could say he had a pretty good game today, you know. Pat Cummins had a good game as captain today. Anyway, that's up to Cricket Australia to decide whether or not he was captain or not, but that's their decision. As Stone continues to Smith. This one's short, and Smith defends back down the pitch for no run. And Australia going along nicely, going along easily here in the run chase. John says, no, I mean both formats, just not impressed with his leadership. Ollie Stone had to bowl his 4th ball to Smith. Travis Head was the last wicket, or the only wicket to fall. He was gone for 69 off 57. This one from Stone, short, outside off stump. Smith glides it straight to point, but in the end it's a dot ball. No run. Jihan says he's Cricket Australia's main man. That's why he's captain. Ollie Stone, 2 balls left of his 6th over. 2 balls left of the 22nd over. As Stone into Smith. This one short. Smith ducks underneath it. And dot ball is the result. It's been good from Australia. Good run chase. Straightforward, really. After that opening partnerships really got them off to a good start here between Warner and Head. Stone in to Smith. This one's short. Pulled away down to fine leg for a single to end the over. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 155 after 22. Steve Smith, he's 5 off 10. David Warner, 72 off 65. He's played really well. And England, after 22 overs, England were 4 for 111. Australia, after 22 overs, are 1 for 155. So it just tells you how both teams have batted today. Liam Dawson continues, none for 30 from his 4. He's up, he bowls, and Smith advances down the wicket, hits him straight to deep mid-wicket for 4 runs. Cow corner, and Steve Smith looking to up the ante. And that's a very good shot from Smith. Down the wicket, and he was able to dispatch that down to deep mid-wicket for 4 runs. Now the boundary for Australia, boundaries have been at a rapid rate in this Australian innings from Warner and Head, and now Smith. That's his first boundary. Dawson in to Smith. He doesn't time this, but it goes straight to mid-on for a single. Australia 1 for 160. Pretty good from Australia. Good rotation of strike, good batting. It's just been a very clinical batting performance, really. And what we've seen from Australia in the past is the top order can collapse. Not tonight. The top order not collapsing, doing its job, and it's great to see that. As Dawson's into Warner. Warner sweeps him. Top edge. It will fall safe. It will run away to fine leg for a couple of runs at least. They'll come back for 3 maybe. In the end, they'll come back for 2. David Warner gets away with that. Didn't quite time that sweep shot, David Warner. A bit of a top edge. In the end, he picks up a couple of runs. He moves on to 74. Well, Australia's got the run rate in check. Dawson into Warner. Defends it straight back to Dawson for no run. And it's a dot ball. 74 or 67 for Warner. 10 off 12 for Smith. The Australians off to a very good start in this run chase. They're on track. England hasn't been their night with the ball. Haven't really got it right. It's been all over the place. Haven't been bowling consistently like the Australians did. But it is not their strongest bowling attack, with a few being left out tonight because of the T20 World Cup. Dawson into Warner. And he works it straight to the fielder at cover for no run. Dot ball. The sun setting down on Adelaide and on the Adelaide Oval as we get into the nighttime period. And Australia well in control. Dawson in, Warner defends. The last ball of the over for a dot ball. It's the end of the over. It is 1 for 160 after 23 overs. It's a matter of time when Australia will get these runs. Obviously, it won't go to the 50th over, so it's either going to finish before the 50th over. But is there a twist and a turn in the game yet? Can England find something? Dr. Jihan says, I remember Josh making his ODI debut in 2010. Was a bit plodgier then. Was only 19. Yeah, he did. He did, Hazelwood. Made his debut in 2010 in ODI cricket. Stone into Smith. This one's full driven to the fielder at cover for no run. Yeah, he's been around for a long time, Josh Hazelwood. But a very fine bowler. Indeed, Josh. Not playing today. Australia decided to leave him out, play Agar and Zampa, 2 spinners. And they did okay. Adam Zampa bowled well. Ashton Agar didn't take a wicket, but, he did his job. He fielded well today. 2 brilliant fielding efforts from him. Saved 6 runs, and he got a brilliant run out. Stone into Smith. This one's guided from Smith down to third man for 1. And the lights starting to take effect at the Adelaide Oval. And yes, to say Jihan, Ricky Ponting was still captain back then. Yes, he was. He was. Ricky Ponting was captain back then. Then obviously Michael Clark took over and brought the Ricky Ponting captaincy era to an end. Stone in to Warner. This one's short, pulled through square leg. It won't be four. The fielder will cut it off in the deep. And they'll only get the single. Warner moves on to 75. Well, Australia, their record against England at the Adelaide Oval is pretty good. Coming into this game, the record was 6 wins to Australia, 2 to England. So it looks like it's going to be 7-2 to Australia by the end of this evening in one-day internationals at the Adelaide Oval against Australia and England. Stone in to Smith. Smith defends to cover for no run. Misfield by the fielder at cover. Warner was looking for the single, but Smith said no. Good decision in the end. Don't need a run out now. Batting so well. Don't need a bit of a batting collapse here. Let us know in the comments. What do you think about this one-day series? There's been a bit of talk about this series being a nothing series, not really meaning anything, just being placed on the calendar for no apparent reason. Let us know your thoughts about it. It's just the way cricket is these days. Stone in. This one short from Smith. Pulled away through mid-wicket. It's racing away to the boundary for 4 runs. That's a good boundary from Steve Smith. And he's on 15 off 16. Steve Smith's off to a bit of a quick start here. And no surprise, he can play with that freedom, given that the opening partnership's done all the hard work in Warner and Head. Steve Smith can come in here and play his shots. No real pressure on him. And no pressure on Australia, really, because the run rate's good. Required run rate's in check. Run rate's good. 1 for 168. It's a pretty good, pretty good score. Stone into Smith. This one's driven through extra cover for 4 runs. Back-to-back boundaries to end the over from Smith. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 172 after 24 overs. 1 for 172. Australia, nearly halfway through the innings, are on track to chase down England's target of 288 runs. It's been a pretty clinical batting performance from them. Jihan says Agar will be a key bowler in India. It will be good if he can score more low order runs. They could potentially bowl 30 overs of spin with Maxi, the third spinner. Storness and Green will also have a big role. Yes, they would. And I think he would be the preferred spinner, Ashton Agar. He always gets the job done. He's always economical. His figures today don't reflect how he bowled. I think he went for none for 60 or something like that. But he did his job, He held up one end, bowled good deliveries, bowled dots. So his figures don't really reflect how he bowled today. But he's definitely going to be an important bowler if Australia do pick him in India for the World Cup next year. That's for sure. As Australia tried today, they played 2 spinners. Agar and Sampa played 2 quicks and Cummins and Stark. And that's probably going to be the combination in India because of the conditions, of course. As Dawson's into Warner, Warner defends it back down the pitch to Dawson for no run. He does very well off his own bowling. Saves the single there. John says, where's Han Solo? This should put him back in his box. I don't know where he is. John? Maybe he's busy today, Han. I don't know. Maybe he's celebrating the T20 World Cup win. I don't know. Dawson in to Warner. This one's short and swept. Behind square on the leg side to square leg for a single from Warner. He moves on to 76 of 72. Jihan says probably still celebrating England winning a World Cup with a bunch of pie chuckers. Well, if we have to be honest, England deserved to win. They by far the better team really in the T20 World Cup. Their bowling utilised the conditions well. And they did. Dawson into Smith. This one's worked to long on for a single from Smith. Australia going about it nicely. Not really troubled by the England bowlers. Hasn't been their best night tonight. Liam Dawson given an opportunity. Luke Wood, David Willey, Chris Jordan given their opportunity to make their case for selection for next year's World Cup. Dawson into Warner. This one's defended to backward point for no run. Well, a reminder, We've got 2 more ODIs after this. Next one is in Sydney, and the last one's in Melbourne before we get into the Test summer, which will be Australia and the West Indies from Perth and Adelaide. So Liam Dawson about to bowl his 5th ball to Warner. He's on 76 off 73. Steve Smith's on 20 on 18. And Australia got this game in the bag, you would think. Anything can happen. You never know. Dawson into Warner. Sweeps him off his pads to backward square leg for 1. He's played that sweep shot very well tonight, David Warner. Dawson, not quite getting his lines right here. Han, the man of the hour. We're just talking about you, Han. Hello. Hope you're well, Han. Obviously, you won't be happy about the England performance tonight, Han, but that's understandable given the T20 World Cup coming from that high to getting ready for this ODI series. It hasn't been great. As Dawson's in, last ball with his 6th over, and Smith punches it down the ground for a single. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 176 after 25 overs. But hope you're well, Han. No doubt you'll be very happy about England's win. That's for sure. Well deserved in the end from the England team. Han says, I see all you bludgers gossiping about me. You better start bad-mouthing Gabe to make up for it. Alrighty then. This game is pretty much, well, you would think it's pretty much one-sided now. England were very lucky to get to 287, all thanks to Darwin Malan's innings of 134. In the end, we've got a game that's going to go the distance, but it's not going to quite finish in the way that England would have hoped. Not going to be enough 287. Australia are going to chase these down easily. Luke Wood comes in. To the attack. 3 overs, none for 19. Jihan says, would you rather face Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood, or Curran, Works, Topley in the nets, Jack? As this one from Woods, a dot ball defended from Smith. I wouldn't like to face Stark, Cummins, or Hazelwood. I would like to face Curran, Works, and Topley. Not much pace, really. I'll be terrified facing Stark, Cummins, and Hazelwood in the nets. Jeez, just even thinking about it's just making me get the sweats. I think you would go with the slower pace options. I think most people would say that. As Woods into Smith. This one's defended from Smith for no run to cover. Han says, where does this nation that I am England fan come from? John says, speak of the devil, speak of the devil's name, and he shall appear. Dr. Jihan says, you're a South African fake England fan like Tony Gregg was here. Yes, Tony Gregg was from South Africa, but played for England, of course, in his days as a player. Wood into Smith. This one's driven through the covers nicely and all beat the fielders for 4 runs. Another boundary to the extra cover boundary for 4. And 4 runs from Australia. It's getting pretty ugly now if you're an England supporter. It's going one way, 1 for 180. Han says, I didn't want England to win the World Cup. I just didn't want any of the countries. Oh, quite an interesting comment there, Han. Smith to Wood. And Smith defends it to backward point for no run. Gaming Crab says, well, England sucks. Well, it's not their strongest team tonight. It's not their strongest bowling attack, to be honest. Not their strongest team tonight. And that's understandable after the T20 World Cup, giving players a rest and opportunities for others. So you expected this sort of result. Wood into Smith on his pads. He whips this through square leg for another boundary. And that's 4 more runs for Smith, 4 more runs for Australia, and 4 more runs onto the tally. It's 1 for 184. It's going one way. Smith off to a very good start, 29 off 24. Very good shot there. Wood just getting a bit too straight on the pads, and Steve Smith's not going to miss out on that. And 4 runs to square leg there. Wood into Smith, works this to backward point, and that's going to race away for another boundary. Well, 2 boundaries to end the over from Smith and from Australia. It's 1 for 188 after 26. 1 for 188 after 26 overs of this Australian innings, and back-to-back boundaries from Smith to end the over. Hart says, finally a format where Smudge can be himself. Well, it's 33 off 25, 6 boundaries to Smith. It's pretty good. And he's better suited to this format, of course, in Test cricket. Didn't quite play his best in the T20 World Cup. Didn't play at all. Only played 1 game, which was here against Afghanistan. 33. He's on at the moment, Smith. But this game definitely going one way at the moment. Australia easing their way to what would be a very big win if they can get there. Dawson into Warner, who sweeps him through square leg. Is that going to race to the boundary? It is. 4 runs for David Warner. That's another boundary. Australia, a 1 for 192. 81 for David Warner. 81 for David Warner. And that's a boundary for him. So this game going one way now, and that's Australia's way. Brilliant shot there from Warner. Sweep shot. Helped that around to square leg. Dawson in again. Second ball to Warner. Works it off his pads for a mid-wicket for 1. 96 for Australia to win. Make that 95 off 142 balls. So this partnership's pretty good for Australia. Warner and Smith going about it nicely. Dawson in for his third ball to Smith. He works this to wide long off for a single. Gaming Crab says, reminds me of 105 and 104 against India, where he was 30-odd of 20-odd balls. Dawson in to Warner. This one short outside off stump. Warner drives to mid-off for no run. Sam Curran does the fielding. He's on the field for Dawood Malan. He's off because he batted pretty much all of the innings, really, for his century. And he probably won't be man of the match. Often the man of the match. And that's a single there for Australia. And that's 2 runs there. Han, your comment. Smudge in T20 has to rush, which is just not his game. ODIs gives him enough time to settle. England play ODIs like T20 and are too impatient. Yes. That's defended from Warner to end the over to backward point. That will be no run. End of the over, 1 for 196 after 27. Jihan says, unfortunately, going to have to stop producing the podcast with my brother. It's proving quite difficult coordinating things between Perth and Melbourne. Prob's going to take over and make it solo. Yeah. And you also say, Jihan, can you give me any general tips on solo podcasting? I can. What's your email, Jihan? Send me your email. I can send you some tips there or something like that. But my top tip is it is difficult when you do one on your own. It's often easy if you have a partner, but with me, it's a lot of work doing a podcast. Even doing this, live stream, not having a guest on, it's pretty hard. But I prefer to do it solo because I like to do things my way with the podcast. I have my set sort of routine and methods that I do. The tips I can give you, Jihan, as Wood comes into Smith, I wants to defend it back down the pitch for no run, is to, work out a plan. So, okay, when are you going to record an episode? Okay, what are you going to talk about? What are you going to speak about? So make sure you work out a plan. I tend to do that. So you plan out what you're going to do. Have a clear idea. Have a clear idea of how the episode's going to go. You may want to decide to do it as an audio only. As Wood comes into Smith, works it off his pads through square leg for one. I would think doing it as an audio would be better for me. That is because speaking to a camera like this, I'm not really comfortable with that when you do podcasts like that. I prefer to do it as an audio behind the microphone. It's just much easier because you don't feel nervous. I still get nervous when I record anyway. So maybe do that if you feel comfortable with that. I think that will be the best way rather than just speaking to a camera. As Wood bowls to Warner, this one's left. Swing and a miss, straight through to the keeper for no run. So I would suggest that. Come up with a timetable, schedule, a plan on what sort of episodes you want to do. Have a bit of an idea, just drop them down on a piece of paper, or I'm going to talk about this and that. So with me, it's pretty simple. I have a pretty simple plan because I know that, okay, Australia's playing this series, so I'm going to do live streams and watch-alongs, and I'm going to do reviews and all that stuff. So something like that. I hope that helps. There's many other tips I could give you, Jihan. So, but it's very hard doing it solo, really. But I prefer to do it solo because it's much comfortable because I want to do it my way. If you have a partner, it often, if you know the person like you do with your brother, you have that chemistry. Whereas if I do it with someone else that I don't really know or don't really get on so well, it doesn't really work. Nick and Gabe's a prime example of that. They're like, they're like brothers. They have that chemistry. That's how CFA is what it is. As that's a single for Australia, 1 for 198. So yeah, it is definitely tougher when you do it solo, but I could give you many more tips, Jihan. If you're listening, just send me your email or something. I could send you a few things that will help because, we're all here to help each other out. And I can tell you podcasting is not easy, but I've been doing it for 2 years almost. As that's a dot ball from Smith to end the over. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 198 after 27. So send me your email, Jihan, because I can send you a lot more detailed stuff about what I do. If you want to have a chat, if you want to get in touch with me, Jihan, we can have a chat maybe because I really want to help you out. I've been doing it for almost 2 years. So I'm used to doing it by myself because it's a one-man ship, really. But it is difficult. But I can send you stuff. We can have a chat if you want in detail because, so if you want to do that, Jihan, let me know because I'd be more than happy to help you out and put you on your way in your podcasting journey. That's, if you want me send your email or something, Jihan, you can do that to my email and I could send some stuff, or you want to get in touch, have a bit of a chat. I'd be more than happy to do that. As David Willey comes into the attack, game's pretty much gone for England. It's just now a possession for Australia. Yes to say, Jihan, thanks. We'll have to think about going forward. Unfortunate because our following was really picking up and we're getting a lot of views, but my Brother's very busy, and the time difference doesn't help. Yeah, that's understandable. You obviously got to make those decisions. So, yeah, I'd be more than happy to send some tips to you. That's for sure. As Willie comes in, this one's short, worked away to backward square leg for 1. Australia 1 for 199. Yeah. So I'd be more than happy to send you some tips in detail, Jihan. The way I do it suits me because it works well, whereas, for other people, it may not work for them. But if you can get something off other people, that helps a lot. And I've just learned from other people, and I've just really learned on the go, really on the fly. As Willie bowls to Smith, this one's off the back foot through the covers for 1. And I've been doing it for nearly 2 years, so you learn a lot in that time. But I'd be more than happy to help. If you want to send your email, Jihan, I'll be happy to send you some stuff and some ideas that you could use. Because you've got to have a structure. That's what I'll say. You've got to have a plan and a structure. And you've got to plan things out in advance. It really does help when it comes to podcasting. 200 up for Australia with that single. They only need 88 runs to win. As Willie bowls to Warner, this one's short, pulled through square leg. Is he out? He's out. He's gone. Yes, out. He's hit it straight to him. Warner gone for 86. It's 2 for 200. Now David Warner's on his way. He's got to go, unfortunately. But it's been a good innings from him. On his way, David Warner. And he's on his way there. Oh, just hit it straight to the fielder at square leg. So David Warner gone for 86. Wasn't to be tonight for the century, but he did his job. And Australia 2 for 200. They're well on track to get these runs. So I hope that helps, Jihan. But I can send some other stuff as well that will help. Because I've got a lot more tips and other things that I could send you on email. It's much easier than me explaining it. But I'd be more than happy to help you out. But thanks for your comment. Hans says, Jack does an excellent job. The lack of interaction creates a lot of dead air time, but Jack deals with it well. Yeah, thank you, Han. Well, it's good to know that some people like doing what I'm doing. It's not easy, I could tell you. As Marnus Labuschagne comes to the crease, and he'll be hoping to, get some runs here. Marnus comes in at the middle. He hasn't really quite got going in one-day cricket. Marnus, he's only played 25 matches. He's averaging a tick under 32. So he'll be hoping to get a few runs this evening if he can. Answers, I'm lamenting his times with Gabe. It was always fun talking to Gabe and Nick as well. As Willie comes into Labuschagne, this one's worked off his pads to mid-wicket for no run. Australia 2 for 200. They need 88 runs to win. Simple as that from 128 balls. As the lights come on full effect here at the Adelaide Oval. And Australia looking to finish the job off here. Willie into Labuschagne. This one's whipped off his pads for a square leg. And he'll pick up a single. So he's off the mark, Marnus. Han says, Gabe must be a great guest because there is never a dull moment. No, it always is with Gabe. Yeah, he's always fun. He's always fun, that's for sure. As Willie's in to Smith. This one's defended to backward point for no run. Australia just doing it easily now. End of the 29th over. It's 2 for 201 after 29 overs. Right. 2 for 201. And let's see. Gaming Crab says, why doesn't Adam Zampa play Test cricket? Simple, Gaming Crab. He doesn't play enough first-class cricket. That's why he doesn't get an opportunity. Adam Zampa. A lot of people have said that, but nah, he's not really sort of in that sort of flavor of the month for the selectors. Adam Zampa. Very good limited overs spin bowler, leg spinner. In Test cricket, it's different environment, but he just doesn't get enough opportunities. So that's why he doesn't play. That's why he's never considered for Test cricket. He said he would like to, but he's not getting those opportunities at the moment. Jihan says, I like that you put the Australia and England ODI record up in your preview. Australia are well ahead. I was also surprised Owen Morgan was the top scorer. I thought he struggled against Australia. Well, thank you for that, Jihan. We tend to get the stats out there in our previews. I like a good stat, and there's so many stats in the game of cricket. Always fascinated with numbers, especially. Cricket's a lot of numbers and a lot of mass and all that stuff. Kind of like that about the game. But thank you for that, Jihan. Yeah, he's the leading run scorer, Owen Morgan. Over 1,900 odd runs from his history against Australia. Wood in to Labuschagne. This is short, pulled away through backward square leg, and it will be cut off by the fielder. I think it's David Willey down there for a couple of runs. Nope, it's Ollie Stone, my mistake. Yeah, but he's played more games over that time, and he's played Australia a lot. So, yeah, it would be interesting for some people to say, oh, I didn't know he was the leading run scorer in ODIs against Australia and in England. But he is. Owen Morgan, obviously now retired and obviously on the commentating circuit. Wood in to Labuschagne, who works as to third man for a single. He moves on to 4. It's 2 for 104. John says, Jack would go well on Fox commentating with Mr. Cricket. He was one of my idols growing up, Mr. Cricket, Michael Hussey. Me and him will get on like a house on fire. Absolutely. 2 cricket tragics. We'll get on and we'll just talk cricket all day. That would be great. One of my idols growing up, Michael Hussey. Very good player. He should have played more for Australia, but, it was a great Australian team. Couldn't get in. Not until 2005 where he made his Test debut as Wood in to Smith, defends back to mid-off for no run. Dot ball. Han says, Jack, do you think it is fair to say that Wasim Akram is the greatest left-hander bowler of all time? Well, a lot of people would say he's the greatest, but there's so many others that have, come in the game and have done pretty well. He's definitely one bowler you would say he's probably the greatest because he's had a pretty good record in both Test matches and one days. Wasim Akram. As Smith defends straight back down the pitch to Wood for no run. It's a dot ball there. There's just so many other great bowlers that could take that mantle. It's just people have different opinions. They will say, oh, he was, people will say Bradman was the greatest batter of his generation, or people say Steve Smith's the greatest batter of all time. A lot of people say different players because based on their preference. As Wood's in to Smith, this one short, pulled for a square leg. It's going to be cut off by the fielder, and they're only going to get a single. It's the end of the over. It's 2 for 105. After 30 overs, we've got 20 overs left of the innings of the match. Pretty much Australia that are on their way to victory. We'll need something England to get them back into this match. But I would definitely have him up there. Is he the greatest? I'm not sure. Because everyone will have different opinions about it, will they? But he's definitely very good bowler, wasn't Akram? Jihan says, is Mr. Cricket Australian or English these days? Well, it's very weird seeing him in the England clothing, that's for sure. But no doubt, I think Huss is Australian now after his T20 World Cup with England, helping them out. Hans says, do you think Cricket Australia suspected they were going to bomb in the World Cup, so scheduled these ODIs for a confident boosting series win for the fans and the players? As this one's worked to third man from Smith for a single. It was always scheduled. Either way, Han, if Australia did well in the T20 World Cup or not, it was always scheduled. This was always in the plans for a very long time. Many people say it's a waste of time because this series doesn't count for ODI World Cup Super League or qualification. Because Australia and England already played that series in England 2 years ago. Willie to Labuschagne, playing a miss outside off stump, straight through to the keeper for no run. No, he's out. He nicked it. Labuschagne is gone. I thought that didn't carry, and I thought that missed everything, but it didn't. Labuschagne has to go. It's 3 for 206. Marnus is on his way back to the pavilion. I thought Marnus Labuschagne did not edge that for a minute there. But apparently he did. I thought that was a play and a miss, but he got a bit of bat on that. Straight to Butler, who took a very good catch one-handed. That's the end of Marnus Labuschagne. He is gone. Australia lose their third. It doesn't really matter now. Australia well in control in the run chase. Marnus gone for 4. It's 3 for 206. Going back to your point there, Han, either way, it didn't really matter. It was always planned in the works. It's just that England won the T20 World Cup. Really, this series doesn't really matter, and that will be drinks as well at the Adelaide Oval with that wicket. So yeah, that's some of the reasonings behind that. Hans says, Gabe reminds me of a cricket, annoying chirping noises for hours on end. Hans says, batting average says who is the greatest, and nobody comes close to the Don. No, nobody. No one will average 99.94. No one will even get close. Gaming Crab says, is it fair to say Mitchell Starc is one of the greatest pacers to have played ODI cricket? I would say for Australia. I'm not sure about all time, but he's definitely in the conversation. But definitely for Australia, yes, he's probably up there. He's in the top 5 leading wicket takers in one-day cricket for Australia. He's only behind Lee, McGrath, and Warne, and I can't remember the other one. I think McDermott, so he's definitely talked about there, Mitchell Starc. But he's definitely a good bowler, Mitchell Starc, and he will go down as one of Australia's great bowlers, and either Test and ODIs as well. Hans says, Australia dominate England in ODIs, so it was planned as a just in case, or let's rub it in if won the World Cup in kind of thing. Yeah, probably, but it was always planned in advance with the schedule, and there was always going to play it. So, as I said, many people are saying, well, it's just a meaningless series. It doesn't really matter. And it doesn't matter for England. Thank you, Jihan. Yes, Mitchell Johnson. Yes, I thought so. It wasn't Craig McDermott. That's Test cricket. Yes, thanks for that, Jihan. Yes, Mitchell Johnson, of course. I forgot about Mitch. He's definitely in the top 5. Mitchell Starc's behind him. And then you have Warne, McGrath, and obviously Lee, who are at the top. Jihan says, why isn't anyone interested in watching Australia anymore? Ticket price is too high. I remember stadiums being packed for ODIs. Maybe bring back the Tri-Series. There's a whole number of reasons, Jihan. A whole number of reasons. Number 1, many people don't like Cricket Australia. Number 2, many people don't like Pat Cummins. Number 3, many people don't like the coach, don't like how selection's been run. Number 4, people lost respect because of what happened in Cape Town. Number 5, people are not interested. They look sort of out of favour with cricket now. Number 6, these ODIs are not in the school holidays. It's on a Thursday night. would have been better if it was on a Friday or Saturday or Sunday. There's a whole number of reasons, Jihan. And I think many Australian fans would know what the reasons are. I'm not going to get into the other stuff because there's just too many to list with the problems. But there's a whole heap of problems. The way the team's been playing, the way the team's been run. People don't like Pat Cummins' captaincy, etc. Different things outside of cricket, which I don't want to mention because I'm not really interested in what people think about Pat Cummins outside of the game. I'm only interested in what he's doing on the field. But many people have those problems. As Alex Carey's the new batter, and he's yet to get off the mark. So there's a whole heap of reasons why people are not watching, why people not interested. Those are just some of the factors. You also say, Jihan, why don't people not like Pat Cummins? Is it because he ousted JL? Well, a lot of people think he did, and a lot of people think the players did as well. I don't really like to discuss that because that's a different sort of issue. As Willie bowls to Carey, this one's worked through mid-wicket, and he's off the mark for a single. But yes, that's the main reason. The main reason is that they think the Australian team is not playing the way that they used to, and they sort of thinking that they're not tough enough or aggressive enough and all that stuff. And we're sort of getting into outside of cricket territory there, so I don't tend to focus on that. But the main reason why they don't like Pat Cummins is because of his style of captaincy, because of his other things outside of cricket, which I'm not going to mention because I'm not interested in those. I'm only interested in what he does on the cricket field, to be honest. People can complain about his other things outside of the game, but I'm not interested in that. But a lot of people are not happy because of how the team's playing, how the team's run, and how the team's been operated with the coach, Andrew McDonald and Pat Cummins. A lot of people don't like that. So that's a single there to Smith. Australia need 80 runs to win off 115 balls. So it's a whole heap of different issues, Jihan. We could name a list of many things why Australia's cricket supporters are dropping off. The main obvious ones is JL being sacked, what happened in South Africa and Cape Town, and how the team's playing at the moment, the selectors and coaches. A lot of people are not happy about all that stuff. So as Willie's into Warner, this one's full. Traps Carey on the pads, but in the end, it's probably going down leg. It's the end of the over. It's 3 for 208 after 31. A whole heap of issues there, but that's just what I've heard and seen from many people around Australia. You also say, Jihan, I find it funny that every loss is blamed on sacking JL, but they forget all the times they've won after JL, Pakistan, Sri Lanka tours, whitewash against New Zealand, etc. Yeah. It's just some people thought that JL, being the character he was, he instilled that discipline and toughness that the Australian team are lacking at the moment. But look, at the end of the day, it's the players that get the job done, not the coach. And a lot of people are not happy about that. As Woods into Smith, he drives this one nicely straight back down the ground. It won't be 4, it'll be a couple of runs. Maybe it will be 4, and it will be a boundary. It's 4 runs. Very well timed from Steve Smith. He's on 43 or 37. Hahn says, I think Cummins pulling out of the IPL will help his image back home a lot. You say that, Hahn, but many people will still have the same reasons that they have about hating him and not liking his style of captaincy or what he's doing within the game. You have to read into it, but I'm not going to get into that because it's all ugly stuff, and I don't really care for what he does off the field or what his things are off the field, as that's a single through the covers for 1 from Smith. But you would say, yes, it will probably help, but it probably won't help at the same time. But it's just people's different opinions about it. So many people don't like Cricket Australia, full stop. Let's just say that. Because they're not happy about how the game's run in Australia. Jihan says, I'm not sure about Labuschagne in this team. I'll have Ben McDermott in. Yeah, he's probably one of the candidates you would think. As Wood comes in to Carey. Carey works it off his pads down to fine leg for 1. Hans says, I see idiots arguing against the Don, saying he never played in India. The bowlers weren't as good, etc. Yeah, well, nobody else from his era even gets within 30 of his average. Yeah, that's right. He only played where Australia played games. He mainly played in Australia and England, basically. He didn't play in New Zealand. I know Australia went to New Zealand without him. And I think Bill Brown was captain or something in the 30s. And Bradman wasn't on that tour. Because New Zealand at those times were just getting into Test cricket. That's a dot from Smith. But yeah, he was a very good player, Don Bradman. He was miles ahead of everyone else and a very good batter. No one could ever match his abilities. He didn't play too many test matches, as you didn't, back then you didn't play too many tests. But, back then you got to remember that cricket was not as big as it is now. As Woods into Smith, this one's short, driven through the covers, but straight to the cover fielder for no run. Australia, New Zealand, the West Indies, India were the only teams that Don Bradman, played against. And you didn't have Pakistan. Pakistan came in the 50s. And then the other teams came in much later. And then you had South Africa back in those days as well. I forgot South Africa. And he didn't play much against them either. But he played against all those countries at that time. Didn't play too many tests against them. But you got to remember back then they used to play 4 and 5 test matches against the West Indies and South Africa. We don't do that anymore. We only play 3 against South Africa and 2 against the West Indies. How times have changed. And then Australia didn't play any test cricket against New Zealand at that time either. Because we didn't play much against them. We sent a team over there in the 30s, as I mentioned, where Bradman didn't tour. And I think Bill Brown was captain and Australia won that series. It was only 2 tests, I think, was that? I think, or something like that. Hans says, Gabe declared he is an Aussie fan. Gaming Krebs says, why don't you make an all-time ODI 11 as it's easier compared to tests? Not much history to go back on to. Yes, well, one-day cricket hasn't been in long. It's only been in since 1971. As Willie bowls to Carey for a dot ball. Sorry, it was the end of the over there. I'll update the score for everyone there. Busy chatting away and getting distracted, not updating the score. Australia going along easily here. Where was I? As Willie's in to Carey, this one's slashed to third man for a single. Moves on to 3, Gary. We've already read that. John says, my issue is just they're all too matey. I have very firm views about the roles of captain, coach, selectors. Doesn't stop me supporting the side they put on the paddock. Yes, John. Yeah. A lot of people have issues with that. Look, really, I'm not really concerned about what people think about the team in terms of that respect. I'm just caring about what they do on the field, to be honest. As Willie bowls to Smith, he works this down to mid-off for a single. But that's the main issue that most of the public have with the team at the moment. Hart says, regarding the Don, never played in India. Well, Jardine did, and he got a lot of runs there. So I imagine the Don playing there in his pomp, 120 career average. Probably. If there's anyone who could do that, it's Don Bradman. So Willie in to Carey. Australia needs 72 runs to win. He's in. This one short, pulled to mid-wicket for no run. Gamer Crab says, I honestly think Bradman number 1 and Smudge number 2, greatest for Test cricket is acceptable. I would say yes. You would say different eras. Don Bradman was good in his era. Steve Smith's good in this era. We can't really compare eras. Look, they're good batters, don't get me wrong, but they're good batters in their era. Can't really compare them. They both played in a different time. Bradman played in the 20s and 30s and 40s. Smith played in this modern era. So very different. The game is very different to what it was back then. Dot ball there from Carey. Drives it straight to cover for no run. Hans says, also back then, a tour was 5 months. You could literally only tour once a year and then host for 5 months. Yes, because there was not much cricket on. Because you got to remember, Australia, South Africa, England, India, and the West Indies were the only teams around back in those days. So only a handful of cricket teams. There wasn't much cricket in those days. Willie in, Carey drives back down the pitch to Willie for no run. It's the end of the over. None for 33 after 33. 3 for 216 after 33. Australia lost 3 wickets, but they're going along nicely here. Hans says, I would say 50 years of ODI is still a pretty long time. It is. Jihan says, why haven't Australia played 5 tests against South Africa since readmission? These are only saved for England these days. Yes, we used to play 5 against South Africa back in the day because you didn't have much cricket on back in those days, and it's changed over the years. The Ashes never used to be 5 test matches. They always used to be 1 or 2. Or back in the early years, they only used to play 1 test because Australia and England were the only 2 teams. They only played 1 test every series. And then South Africa came in the 1800s. And then, yeah, times have changed. Different, sort of timings and eras and different generations and all that. Whereas these days, the 5 test match series, a lot of people are not really interested in that besides the Ashes. That's a single from Australia there. They moved to 3 for 217. But we used to play 5 against South Africa. We used to play 5 against the West Indies back in the day. We don't do that anymore because obviously different set of circumstances. Hans says, I meant more the fact that they travelled by boat. So England to Australia was 5 weeks at sea. Yes, they didn't travel by plane or anything because it wasn't available back then, air travel. So you were on the boat for nearly a good solid month. Quite a long journey from Australia to England back in those days. Yeah, our times have changed in the game. As Jordan continues to Carey, he's on 3. He's in. This one's short. Carey defends for no run. Back down the pitch. Jihan says, England have played 5 test series against South Africa. Australia haven't since 1992. No, we haven't. Jihan says, glad they got rid of the Australia-West Indies 5 test series. That became pointless after the 5-0 walloping in 2000. Yeah. We did used to play 5 against the West Indies, going way back to when we first played the West Indies back in 1950s. That one's a dot ball. Good fielding from Billings. But, the West Indies haven't been playing well. That's why this test series is only 2 test matches. So times have changed dramatically in the game. Hard says the old school tours were about travelling the country as a novelty, drawing huge crowds versus New South Wales 11 or Surrey 11. Tests were an afterthought. Yeah. Different timings back then in the game. A lot of people had a lot of interest. Brilliant cover drive there from Carey. Through the covers for 4. That's another boundary for Australia. That's a good shot. He moves on to 7. Gaming Crab says T20 cricket has ruined Test cricket and ODI cricket. It's definitely the future. It's definitely the future, Gaming Crab. It's not going to go anytime soon. So it is a concern. Let's hope Test cricket still remains the pinnacle, because I think most people who've joined us would say that as well, that it would be the pinnacle of the game. And it should be. Jordan in to carry. This one driven to the fielder. He's doing the work on the boundary on the offside through the covers. Sweeper picks up single. Hart says Gabe journey to Australia would have been a few months. He would have gone there the old school way. John says the round robin needs of the WTC Championship gets in the way of a long test series. Australia and England do it out of tradition and the dollar value. Yes. Obviously, Australia and India will be playing 5 test matches after this test series next year in India. So the Border Gavaskar Trophy will be 5 test matches after this one next year. And that's how it started originally. You know, back when the Border Gavaskar Trophy started, it's the end of the over. It's 34 down. It's Australia going about it nicely in the run chase. And they're on their way to win this game. Yeah, you know, 3 test matches, 2 test matches are very short. So most countries prefer playing those amount of test matches. Whereas Australia and England, and now Australia and India, after this series next year for Australia and India, they'll play 5 test matches. And also you have India, they play 5 test matches against England as well. So they're the only countries that do it, really. Because England and India decided to do it because they thought, well, you know, let's just have 5 instead of 4. Willie in to carry. This one's in his pads and it's a dot ball. Hans says the very early tours were not officially the MCC or CA. They were Plum Warner's Australian tour, featuring and things like that. Oh, interesting. Thanks for that, Han. Han says no test series should be ever an even number. These days, play a one-off or a 3-match series, not a 2-match series. No, but some countries do because they don't make money from it, I'm afraid. Willie in to carry, pulls this around the corner down to fine leg. He'll pick up a single. In the end, he'll pick up a couple of runs, I should say. Thanks for that, Han. All righty then. Seeing that this game is going one way, we might as well have some umpiring questions. We're back with the umpiring questions again. We've got 10 of these because I thought that this game would go the distance, but it won't. But anyway, let's get through these questions and see how good you are with umpiring. It's been good to see people's responses to the questions. It's been good seeing people coming up with the answers. So we'll get to the first one and see if you can get it right. I think the first one is pretty straightforward. John says, even numbered test series are unsatisfying. Yep. Jihan says, if it's competitive, 5 test series are a good idea. No one wants to watch a 5-0 thrashing unless it's the Ashes. Yes. Yeah, last year's Ashes series was not good. Wasn't really competitive at all. So, well, anyway, outside edge, and they'll race away to the boundary from Carey for 4 runs. Australia 3 for 288. 228, I should say. Han says they would market early tours like travelling fun fair. They would go all around the country with no names on the card. A special attraction match with WG Grace would outsell any MCC match. Thanks for that, Han. Let's get to our first umpiring question. We've got 10 of these tonight. I thought, well, seeing that it's one-day cricket, it's a bit of a long time. We have 10 questions. Some different questions that we've had. So the first one, is a batsman turns for a sharp second run and accidentally drops his bat. A fielder tries to run him out, only to see his on-target throw hit the bat and bounce wide of the wicket. But the impact also knocks the bat into the stumps, which dislodges the bails. There's an appeal. What is your decision? Is it out or not out? We'll come to the answer in a minute. We'll give you time to get the responses in. Willie in to Kerry. This one's up and over the covers, and it will race away for a boundary to end the over. End of the over. It is 3 for 232 after 35 overs. Australia getting these runs. They're on track to get the victory here if they can. So everyone's answers here for question 1. Good boundary there from Kerry. Good to see him get some runs. Love to see him get some runs here. 56 Australia need. Off 90 balls. All right. John says, question 1, refer it upstairs. Hans says, question 1, I'm guessing out because the fielder didn't cause the bat to drop, then it's out. You could be onto something there, Han, once we reveal the answer. John says, question 1, without knowing the law, not out. Gaming Crab says, question 1, look at it with the ball path predictor. If it hits, then out. Well, it's not an LBW, Gaming Crab. It's not an LBW. It's a run-out opportunity here. As Ollie Stone continues to Smith, works off his pads for a square leg for a single. All right, we'll get to the answer. All right, the answer is not out. The bat was dropped accidentally, so there can be no obstruction. What's more, the thrown ball must hit the wicket, not the bat lying on the ground. I would also call dead ball as the ball strikes the bat. There you go. So the batter would not be out there on appeal. He'll be not out there because as Stone continues to carry, that one's in his pads, defended for no run. So there you go. Not out for question 1. Hans says, regarding that, if the bail hit the bat and then the wicket, then that is out. Yes. If it rebounds, yes. Yeah. So if it rebounds, like if the non-striker, was backing up at the non-striker's end, if the ball came back at him, hit the bat, then onto the stumps, then that's out, run out. If he's out of his ground. Then it's out, yeah. As Stone continues to carry, this one's driven to mid-off for no run. Hans says, or is it dead ball the moment it hits the bat on the ground? Yeah. I think it would be. As an umpire, you would use your discretion there and say, well, dead ball because, the bat was on the ground. That's sort of like an obstruction. So, yeah. It's up to what the umpire says there. So if you're unsure about that, read Law 29, the wicket is broken, Law 30, the batter out of his or her ground, and Law 37, obstructing the field. And that will help you on that question there. Ollie Stone concedes a single there. Hans says, does the bat not being held by the batter makes the bat now not a part of the field? Yes, it would. It wouldn't be a part of the batter because the bat counts as a part of the batter's person, really. So he dropped the bat. So if it's on the ground, the ball hits it, then it's a dead ball because it's not a part of the field. It's not like a fielder or anything. So it doesn't happen often, but yeah, it would be a dead ball, and the batter would not be out, run out if that's the case on appeal. This one short, put away by Smith through square leg for a single. Hans says, is this the same if a shoe or a pad came off? Yeah, probably would. I haven't even heard of that before, Han, but yes. Or a glove, maybe, or a hat, or a helmet would be the same. If it hits the helmet, then it's 5 penalty runs. So you don't want to be doing that as the fielding side. So not out for question 1. Question 2 is there on the screen. Last ball, the 36th over. Australia need 53 runs to win off 85 balls. It's pretty much a one-way street at the moment. Stone in. This one's full. Carey drives to mid-on for no runs. End of the over, it's 3 for 235 after 36 overs. Okay, question 2. A slow bowler who has been taking 4 strides back before turning to run up and deliver the ball decides halfway through an over to take only strides back before turning and delivering and takes out the middle stump. The batsman protests that he was not ready. Would you give it out or not out? Out or not out? What would you do there for question 2? Yeah, no worries, John. I'll just change the view of that. There we go. Is that better for you, John? I hope that's better for you just to see that. There you go. A lot clearer. There we go. Hans says, I am guessing if it comes off accidentally, it is dead ball. If taken off on purpose, 5 penalty runs. Yes. It's the same if a wicketkeeper takes his glove off and the ball hits the glove without the glove being a part of the wicketkeeper, then it's 5 penalty runs as well, which has happened before in the game. Smith comes back for 2. Yes. Good to hear, John. Yeah. Much better for your eyes there. There you go. That's question 2 for everyone. Single there from Smith brings up his half century. I'll just change the view a little bit there. There we go. Hans says, question 2, if he has begun his delivery stride and the batsman hasn't signalled before the ball is released, then it's out. Gaming Crab says out. That's going to be a dot ball there for Smith. Gaming Crab says out. You also say out if the batsman appears to be ready when the ball is ready. Interesting responses there. Han, you also say if the wicketkeeper helmet falls off accidentally and the ball hits it, is it still 5 penalty runs? I would think so, Han. I would think so. Even if it hits the helmet, if it's accidental or not, it's still 5 penalty runs, I think. That's a single there to Smith. Moves on to 51. Australia 3 for 238. I would think so. I would think if it's accidental still, yes. Yeah, John. That's what the question said when I typed it up. I think that's what the question said there. A slow bowler who has been taking 4 strides back before run up and deliver the ball, decides halfway through an over to take only strides back before turning and delivering and takes out the middle stump. The batsman protests that he was not ready. Out or not out? Yeah. So it's not a mistype. You know, the bowler backed away before he bowled the ball, as Han explains there. So that's what the question means there, John. I did copy it exactly, so I didn't mistype it. So, yeah, but as Han explains, you know, what it means, he has been taken 4 paces back. So he backs away 4 paces every time he delivers the ball. But this time he takes a step back and turns and delivers the ball. So that's what the question means there. John says if the batsman backs away, dead ball. Single there for Smith, worked around the corner behind square on the leg side for 1. Interesting responses. We'll come up with the answer to this question All right. The answer is immediately call and signal dead ball and give the batsman not out. This is a play by the bowler to surprise the batsman, knowing that he is not ready. Inform his captain that this is unfair and give the bowler a warning. You should also report the incident to the proper authorities, whether it be the association or the governing body of the competition. Dot ball to finish from Jordan at the end of the over to Carey. It's the end of the over. It's 3 for 240. So signal, dead ball, call and signal it, and give the bowler a warning because it's putting off the batter. So John says, sorry, I've already read that. My mistake. Half century for Steve Smith, 52 of 50. It's been a good innings from him. Hans says, so once a bowler establishes where he begins his run-up from, he just can't change it mid-over. No, he can't, Han. No, he can't. Because that's sort of putting off the batter there. So, for example, if you run up and do cartwheels or circles, then that's putting off the batter, isn't it? It's unfair. So, therefore, you have to call it signal dead ball and warn the bowler because it's putting off the batter. So in this case, he was backing away and, stepping back in that. So that was putting off the batter. So it's not out. Call and signal dead ball and warn the bowler and warn the other officials or the other governing bodies within the game. So Ollie Stone continues to Smith. First ball was a dot. Smith drives this, doesn't time it to mid-off and no run. Dot ball. So that's question 2. Question 3 is a fielder leaps high in the air and gets his hand to the ball but fumbles it. The ball drops straight down and lodges inside his shirt. The fielder takes the ball out of his shirt and claims the catch. Is the batsman out? So that's question 3. Is he out? I think this is a pretty straightforward one. Dot ball there from Smith. Stone building pressure in this over, but this game is almost done. Hans says, so the cadence has to be consistent rather than the distance. Yeah. Yes, to say, Han, if the slow bowler took his one step and turned, then he stood there for a few seconds to let the batsman see, then that's okay. I would think so. But as an umpire, you have to really judge. You can't really see as an umpire, really. So you have to rely on your partner at square leg to see that because you got your back to the bowler. Misfield from the fielder there. They'll come back for a couple of runs. Smith moves on to 54. So, yeah, it would be hard for you at the non-strikers end to really see what the bowler's doing. So you have to really rely on the umpire at square leg. I would think if it's okay, if that's the case there. John says, the only info I know the bowler has to give the umpire is over or around the wicket and what type of delivery, right arm, fast, etc., which is relayed to the batsman. Yes, the bowler has to tell the umpire which side of the wicket, which arm he is to the batter. If he doesn't and changes that halfway through the delivery, then it's a no ball. Because you can't do that. It's unfair to the batter. So you're spot on there, John. Last ball of Ollie Stone's over and last ball, the 38th over. Smith's on 54. And he'll be looking to get Australia home here. This one full when Smith drives it straight back to Stone for a dot ball. It's the end of the 38th over. It's 3 for 242. Australia going along nicely in this game here. And they're well on track to lead the series 1-0. All right. Question 3 answer. Hans said out. You can catch the ball off pads, cloven, etc., as long as it isn't deliberately used to field the ball. John says out. Same thing if a keeper catches, locks up in the air. the ball in their pads. Gaming Crab said it has to be a not out and probably a dead ball. I mean, he didn't catch it. Well, the answer to that question's pretty straightforward, and pretty much Han and John got it right. It's yes, he is out caught. The fielder did not deliberately use his shirt to catch the ball. It was accidental. One of the best short leg fielders, as the book says, the author of the book says, I ever saw was Basirat Hassan of Nottinghamshire. On several occasions, he caught full-blooded pull shots as he ducked and bent over. He folded his arms to his chest and the ball lodged in his shirt, which had ballooned out. The catches were allowed. So he didn't do it deliberately. If he did it deliberately, it would be a 5-run penalty to the batting side, because that's unfair play. You just can't stick out your shirt and catch the ball like that, or with your cap or anything, because you got to catch it fairly with your hands. But in this case, it dislodged in his clothing. The ball didn't touch the ground, didn't do it on purpose, so it's not out. So good to see many people getting those that question right. There's a review from England. Liam Dawson decided to review this decision. I think it was an LBW decision, I think. Yep, it was. Or maybe outside the line, maybe inside edge from Carey. Australia looked pretty comfortable with that. But England decided to roll the dice for a review there. Maybe just doing too much, maybe just spinning too much, missing leg stump, going down leg. It did turn a long way out from off stump. Let's have a look here on ball tracking. Yeah, umpire's call for wickets, just clipping the leg stump, but given not out, so Alex Carey survives. No damage done for Australia. John says, if you're good, just pouch it in your pocket. Well, yeah, that's for sure. But we'll see that many times. So if he didn't do it deliberately, it's fine. If he did, it's 5 penalty runs because the fielder cannot do that. You have to catch it fairly. We'll move on to question 4. We've got 10 of these, so we're nearly halfway through. Carey sweeps this outside off stump from Dawson. It'll be a single out in the deep on the leg side for 1. Question 4. The batting team need 5 runs from 3 balls to win. After the bowler delivers, he slips and falls heavily. The ball is hit for 4 to level the scores, but the bowler gets up holding his shoulder and says he cannot bowl the last 2 balls of the match. What now? This one's a pretty straightforward one. Pretty easy one. Get your answers in and we'll see if you got them right. Dawson in to Smith, defends back down the pitch for no run. And it's a dot ball. Australia 3 for 243. John says there was an old ad with Michael Bevan taking a catch in the slips. I remember Mark Taylor catching that ball at slip in that test against the West Indies. It was off Michael Bevan's bowling. And he sort of kicked it up with his shoe and he took it. He couldn't believe it himself, Tub. Very fine slip fielder, Mark Taylor. Dawson into Smith, drives to long off for a single. Gaming Crab says new bowler bowls the ball. All right, we've got 1 ball left to this over. We'll come through with the answer. It's fairly straightforward answer. As Dawson, it's been expensive tonight, none for 51 from 7.5 overs. And Carey's on 21, Smith's on 55. Dawson in to Carey, reverse sweep, and he hits it. Not far enough, and it's out. Well, he picked out the fielder at deep square leg there, Alex Carey. He played the reverse sweep. Unfortunately, couldn't get it over the rope. He's gone. Australia lose their fourth. They're 4 for 244. Well, Alex Carey's gone. And he's on his way. Played the reverse sweep. Didn't quite get that over the rope. Good catch in the end from the fielder at deep square leg. Takes the catch easily. And Dawson gets a wicket for England. That's the end of Carey. He's gone for 21. And Australia lose their fourth wicket for 244. And that will bring Marcus Stoinis to the middle. Or Cameron Green, depending which one Australia want to send out. Probably Marcus Stoinis, I would think. Hans says, question 4, the new bowler to complete this over. John says, new bowler finishes the over, not the bowler who bowled the previous over. Hans says, regarding question 3, there is a famous clip of the ball getting stuck in Trent Bolt's pads. If the wicketkeeper took the ball from the pads, is that a catch? No, it isn't, Han. I have seen that. No, it isn't. It's a dead ball. Dead ball. Because you just can't claim a catch like that. So in the end, it's a dead ball. Doesn't count. Got dislodged in his pad. So you can't claim a catch for that. So dead ball for that one. Cameron Green's the new batter. Jihan says, here comes the collapse. Let's hope not. Look, you would think Australia should get the runs. End of the over, 4 for 244. And Australia, they'll be pretty pleased with how they've gone about things this evening. Smith, off the mark in this over, gets a single down to third man. He's batted well for his 56. All right, the answer to question 4 is pretty straight, pretty obvious. In this instance, you should rule that the over should be completed by another member of the fielding side. That person cannot have bowled the previous over. In addition, in a limited overs match where bowlers are restricted to a set number of overs, that person must not have bowled his allowance of overs, which is pretty straightforward. And if you want to learn more about that, read Law 17, which is the over. Pretty straightforward one. I think everyone got that one right. Stone in to Green. Defends back down the pitch to Stone for no run. And we'll move on to question 5. We've got another 5 after this. Hans says, I know this is a 1 in a million thing, but what if the wicketkeeper took the ball a split second after it lodged and the umpire hadn't called dead ball yet? That's a very good question, Han. I would think it'd still be a dead ball, I would think. Because if it lodges in a clothing of an umpire or a player or the pads of a batter, then it's still a dead ball. But that's an interesting question there. But the umpire will just signal dead ball straight away. It'd still be dead ball, I would think. Even if he said, oh, you know, that's a catch there. But nah, it'll still be dead ball because you just can't claim a catch like that. Jihan says if they win in Sydney, it will be a whitewash, I reckon. Well, they're off to a good start tonight, Australia, winning this game. Full toss from Stone, but driven straight to mid-wicket for a dot. All right, question 5. A batsman is clean bowled, but the non-striker says it was a no ball. He points out that part of the bowler's front foot landed past the middle stump. What is your decision? Now, if you know about no balls, and I know Nick and Gabe from Cricket for Americans talked about no balls on one of their videos once, you would know what this question means about the middle stump. I'm not going to say any more. Stone bowls to Green, defends back down the pitch for no run. But this is fairly straightforward, this question. But the middle stump one may trick a few people. But if you know the no ball law, you would know what they mean by the middle stump. It's fairly obvious. Hans says, question 5, not out because the umpire himself didn't see it. Good answer there, Han. Good answer. Jihan says, if Joss Butler appealed, would you have given Matthew Wade out? Dr. Jihan, as an umpire looking at it, I would probably give him out. Because Matthew Wade even admitted it himself when you stick an arm out like that, it's never good. So I'll probably give him out obstructing the field because he knew where the ball was. He saw Butler and Wood going for the ball, and he stopped Wood from catching the ball. So in the end, you would say obstructing the field. 4 runs for Cameron Green. He's off the mark and styled with a boundary, and he's off the mark. Good shot. Hans says, I'm guessing the umpire would need to see a mark on the ground. Yes, but if you would know the no ball law, a lot of people would not really understand what you're talking about with the front foot landed past the middle stump. For some people, just getting into the game. But obviously, for people who know the law, that's the end of the over. You would know what they mean by the foot passing the middle stump. I'm not going to say anything until we reveal the answer in a minute. It's the end of the over. It's 4 for 249 after 40. We've got 10 overs left of this match. Australia should be able to get these runs. They've lost 4 wickets, but they've done pretty well with the bat this evening. England been a bit off. John says third umpire would have reviewed. If on the field, umpire didn't see it, the non-striker should be ignored. Dawson into Smith. This one's short. Work to backward point for a dot. Interesting responses from everyone. Jihan says, if the non-striker tells the umpire it was a no ball, the umpire has to trust them and call it a no ball. Hans says, I know about the middle stump, but there is more of a question. How does the umpire know if the batsman is being honest? Yes. The answer will reveal that. Dawson in. This one worked past mid-wicket for a single from Smith. All right, the answer to the question is obvious. You give the striker out bowled. It is the umpires who answer appeals and run the match, not any player, and their decision is final. So if the umpire missed the no ball, so be it. The striker is then out bowled, and he doesn't have any influence from the non-striker. The non-striker would say, oh, you missed a no ball there, but I didn't see it. So he's out bowled in this case. So unfortunately, the dismissal will stand. We've all been there. We get a bit of a dodgy decision, raw deal, but that's just how cricket goes, especially in lower levels of cricket. This may happen. International cricket, this won't happen because the umpires review the no balls every ball. But if you're doing this on a Saturday or a Sunday, you're going to be in some grief. And trust me, I've been there, and it's not really pleasant dealing with that sort of thing. So that's a dot ball there from Green. Hans says, I guess the fielding team can say it was a no ball and withdraw the appeal. Yes, but they don't run the game. It's the umpire that makes the decision. So the umpire should not take any influence from what they said. Dot ball there from Green. 250 up for Australia for 4. Last ball, the 41st over. And a single to end the over. It's the end of the over. It's 4 for 251. We've got 9 overs left. Australia going along nicely. And we're in power play number 3. So England can have an extra fielder outside the circle. I don't think that'll make any difference now, given that the game is slipping away a little bit there. Jihan says, so the umpires don't listen to the non-strikers, no ball call. Yes, you don't listen to them, Jihan, because as the answer says there, the umpire makes the final decision. If the umpire missed the no ball, that's unlucky and that's unfortunate. But at the end of the day, we know in cricket that the umpire's decision is final, and you have to accept that. Now, in international cricket, you've got the cameras and the replays, but this is talking about a game on a Saturday or a Sunday. So, as an umpire like myself, umpiring on a Saturday and Sunday, you may be dealt with this. And the players, you just have to try and block out that influence that they have. Wood in to Green, drives to mid off for no run. Hans says, after the umpire's given out. You could, Han. They could withdraw the appeal, but I think the decision will stand, at the end of the day. Yes, pretty much, Han. So you're saying, or are you saying that once he is given out, that is final, and even the fielding team withdrawing the appeal doesn't matter? No, it doesn't. Doesn't matter. Once you give the decision, once he's out bowled, or once he's out caught, or LBW, or whatever, the decision is final. So in relation to this question, yes, the umpire may have missed the no ball, but he didn't see it. He didn't call it. So therefore, the striker has to be out bowled. And there's nothing you can do about it. Once you call a no ball, it's official. So once you make that decision of a no ball call, then it's a no ball. I see that many times in cricket where umpires have called no balls, but it wasn't a no ball. But you can't overrule that. You can't change that because you've already called it. So you can't go back and reverse your decision, go like this and say, I'm going to revoke my last decision there. You can't do that with a no ball. Once you call it, it's final. Single there for Australia. You also say, Han, what is the sanction for a player who refuses to walk? He just won't budge. Does he team forfeit the match? He'll probably get some sort of sanction, maybe, Han, I think. I think the team would just say, just get off. We don't want to forfeit the match. That one's pulled away from green through square leg for a single. So I think he'll probably get fined or something like that. I don't think he'll, get any other punishment besides from that. Maybe a suspension, maybe. Depends on the playing condition. Depends on the code of conduct that you have in your competition. Everyone's different. So if he breaches some of that, then you would say, okay, all right, we got to fine you or we got to suspend you for X amount of games or something. Because you're really not, you're carrying on a bit. You're not accepting the decision, either be it good or bad. So you're breaching the code of conduct there. That one's a short ball. Dot ball in the end. Han says, he won't leave, so the game can't continue. Yeah, so if he's refusing to go, then as an umpire, you would say, okay, is it a bit of a protest or does the team want to forfeit the match? Or something like that, depends. So as an umpire, you have to really weigh that up, whether a team wants to play or not. So in that case that you're trying to explain there, Han, probably it may be a little bit of a protest from him. He's not happy. Maybe the team's not happy. So as an umpire, you have to really determine whether or not they want to play or not. Are they willing to play or they're willing not to play to make that decision? That's a very tough decision to make. Jihan says, if the non-striker is curly, the umpire listens. Yeah, I sort of hate that from players. Look, all players will remonstrate and say, oh, you should give that a no ball or a wide. They throw their head back and say, oh, I don't really like that. You're there to do your job, which is batting from Curly's point of view. I'm here to do my job, which is umpire. So don't tell me how to umpire the game. So I don't really like that from players because, you're there to do your job. The umpires are there to do their job, and that's umpiring the game. End the over, it's 4 for 257. So I don't really like that from Curly, but he does it all the time. So I don't really like that when players trying to influence a decision there. So that was question 5. Question 6 is so it's going to be John says, yeah, you will call the captains together to work it out. As an umpire, you have to make sure that they are willing to play. If they are willing to play, then yes, we go on. If they're not, then you go down the procedure of a team forfeiting and not willing to play. So as Liam Dawson continues, he'll bowl his last over his 10. And we'll continue on with our trivia questions. Yeah. Now, this one should be an obvious one to everyone. I'll read the question now. Question 6. A batting team with wickets in hand are chasing quick runs to win in a one-day international. With the light fading fast, the bowlers appear to deliberately bowl 2 or 3 wides and over to avoid defeat. What do you do? What do you do as an umpire? Is this fair or unfair? Is it within the spirit of cricket or not? That's what you have to think here. Han says penalty runs. Good answer there, Han. Maybe. We shall see when we reveal the answer. Dawson in. Green smashes him to the extra cover boundary for 4 runs. And Cameron Green's looking to be aggressive and looking to put this game to bed. Jihan says, in the India-Pakistan game, the India-Bangladesh game, Curly looked at Erasmus and signalled no ball, and he just gave them without any hesitation or calling for a replay, etc. Just listen to Curly. Yeah, I don't really like that from players. You know, I'm here to umpire. I'm here to do my job. So don't try and tell me what to do. You concentrate on your batting. I will be probably saying that to Virat. Virat, you're here to do your batting. Okay, yeah, we'll go have a look upstairs if we think we need to go upstairs. I don't think we need to go upstairs, so I'm not going to call a no ball. So that's how I will handle it, because I don't really like players doing that, but all players do that when they're not happy about a decision that the umpire made, either a no ball above the waist or a wide. They're not happy about it. Dawson got a wicket already, been expensive in his spell. He's bowling his last over. And he'll bowl to Smith. He's on 60. This one's left outside off stump from Smith, and it's going to be a wide. Signalled by Paul Rifle. And another run for Australia. John says, call wide or no balls for negative bowling. Go hard on them. Interesting question there. Response there, John. You could do that. Dawson to Smith, works it behind point. For a couple of runs, Steve Smith moves on to 62. Han says, can you warn the bowlers? Take them out of the game until they run out of bowlers so they have to forfeit. You could, Han, but you'll be very surprised at the answer. So we've got 2 balls left at the 43rd over, so we'll reveal the answer after this over as we turn our attention back to the game. Dawson to Smith, and this one's worked to mid-wicket for no run. 1 ball left of the 43rd over. 1 ball left of Dawson's spell of 10 overs. He's been expensive. 1 for 61. 1 ball left. Dawson into Smith. This one short. Smith pulls down to the mid-wicket boundary, and it won't quite get to the boundary for 4. Good fielding there in the end from England, and they'll come back for 2 to end the over. We'll have a check maybe of that boundary. It was close to the boundary rope there, but I think he's okay, but we'll have a check just to be sure. End of the over, 4 for 267. And he's done all right. Oh, the ball did touch his leg. Whether or not he had contact with the rope or not, that's the question. Let's have a look here. That was Chris Wokes on the field, actually. Going on as a sub. Oh, did his arm touch the rope as the ball touched his leg? If it did, it would have been 4 runs, but I think he's okay there. Hans says the issue is bad light and time running out, so calling wides doesn't help that. No. So in the end, that's 4 runs. So that was 4 runs off the last ball there. So it was a boundary. So he did touch the rope with the ball there, Chris Wokes. So 4 runs to end the over. Australia 4 for 269. All right, the answer to this question is, there we go. As an umpire, the answer is you do nothing. There is no law against the bowling of wides or no balls. Their actions would be against the spirit of cricket. And as it is an international match, the ICC might intervene, as there would likely be criticism and controversy. So you would do nothing. Luke Wood into the attack to Green. This one defended for no run. So you'll do nothing. Hans says, can you switch the lights on if it's an ODI? Yeah, you can. Obviously, if it's a day-nighter, yes. But I think the question, what it meant was, Han, that you were playing at a ground that didn't have lights. So that happens in cricket where you go to a ground that doesn't have lights. So I think the question was trying to refer to that. Swing and a miss from Green outside the off stump. Dot ball. John says, we saw a little negative bowling in Pakistan and Australia Test Series this year. The umpires did call it, but didn't do enough, in my opinion. Yeah, that's a different law altogether there, John. If the bowling side keeps bowling down the leg side, then as an umpire, you will call wide. And we saw that from Pakistan. There. But for question 6, you do nothing. Pretty much. But there is a part of the laws that, deliberate bowling of no balls obviously is a law. And we saw what happened there, haven't we, in the game? That has happened, and we've gone through that. Dot ball again from Green. Hans says, yeah, the question basically means you do nothing and let the authorities deal with it later. Yeah, pretty much. But there's nothing in the laws to say it's wrong. With the no balls, there is a law obviously for bowling deliberate no balls, as we know, has happened, and there is a procedure to follow that. As Wood bowls to Green, pulls this through square leg for a single. So Australia move the score on to 4 for 270. So that's question 6. Pretty much you do nothing. You let the authorities decide afterwards. 18 runs for Australia to win. We'll go to question 7. Question 7. A bowler tries for a run out with one bail, already down following a previous run out attempt. He dislodges the other and appeals, but the batsman insists it's not out. They say he should have removed the stump. Are they right? Now, this one's fairly straightforward as well. A single there for Australia, 4 for 271 now. Hans says, you would have thought they would be a provision for deliberate no balls and fade in wide. Yes, they would be. But there is a law under no balls, obviously under the no ball law for deliberate bowling of no balls, penalty runs and all that procedure as we follow in the game. As Woods into Green. This one's short, pulled from Green through square leg for a single. Jihan says, what do you do if a fast bowler is bowling bounces and bowling massive no balls from 18 yards and you suspect he's doing it on purpose? Well, then, Jihan, if you suspect that he's bowling deliberate no balls, then you'll go through the procedure, which is highlighted in the laws for deliberate bowling of no balls. So you'll go through that long list. Penalty runs, you report the bowler to the authorities, and they'll deal with it afterwards. So that's the procedure, really. So you'll warn the bowler, you'll probably take him out of the attack. Penalty runs will be awarded to the batting side. Then you will report him to the authorities of the game or the competition or whatever, and then they'll deal with that after the game. So that's how the procedure works, really. It's a long list for that, but let's hope that doesn't happen in any game of cricket. But as we know in the game, it has happened before, and I think everyone knows when it happened and what year it happened, obviously, which was not a good look for the game. Darwin Malan's going to have a bowl, bit of leg spin. Well, he scored a century and he's going to bowl his leg spinners. So, yeah, scored a century, skipper, and I'm going to have a bowl as well. So, Darwin Malan into the attack. He'll bowl to Green. This one's left outside of stump for no run. Hans says, question 7 is out. A bell has to be removed. You only remove the stump if there's no bell on it. That's right, Han. That's right. You have to pull the stump out of the ground with the ball next to it like that. That has happened in the game. I remember Pat Cummins in a T20 against Sri Lanka at the Gabba. That happened. He had to take the ball and the stump out of the ground because the bails were already dislodged and the stumps were clattered all over the ground. Malan in again to Smith. This one's a dot ball to cover. No run. John says no. It's the wicket has been broken as there is one intact bail. Yes, say John. saying that was not out there. Malan in to Smith. He works it to long on for a single. Australia just doing it in singles at the moment. Malan says, Jihan says Malan was England's best spinner in the Ashes. Well, I'm just trying to think. I think he did take a wicket. I think he did. I think it was here in Adelaide. I think it was Darwin Malan. I can't remember who. That one defended on the front foot from Green for no run. I'm just trying to think of who he got out. I know he got a wicket, and it was here in Adelaide. Yeah, he did get a wicket. I'm just trying to think who it was. I have to look at the scorecard. Malan in, last ball of the over. Good fielding from the fielder at cover for a dot ball. It's the end of the over. It's 4 for 274. All right, we get to the question. We get to the answer to this question. I think it's fairly obvious here. A lot of people know that you have to pull the stump out of the ground and do all that stuff. Let's see the answer. Let's see if you can get it right. John says, I completely messed that one up. Well, we'll have a look at the answer in a minute, John, and see if you got it right. Jihan said, I remember he got Labuschagne out. I think he did. Yeah. I think he did get Labuschagne out. And I think it was here in Adelaide. I know he got a wicket here in the Adelaide Test, second test of the series, last summer. All right, question 7. Answer is no. Give the batsman run out. You only need to dislodge the remaining bail from the stump to achieve a run out. So one bail still on the stumps is still sufficient for the wicket to be broken fairly or to be put down fairly. So we'll be out, run out. Now, as that one's worked behind square on the leg side for Smith for a single. Now, if the bails were not on the stumps, then you would have to take the ball out of the ground, take the stump out of the ground with the ball next to it. Or you can reassemble the wicket, and you can do that. That doesn't happen. If the stumps are knocked out of the ground completely, you as a fielder, you can knock the stumps back in, put the bails on top, and then achieve the run out or stumping or whatever. Many people don't do that because that takes time and it doesn't happen rarely. So often the stump option is often the best one because that's often the quickest. But you give him out, run out there, the batter. That one's pulled from Cameron Green down to fine leg for a single. Only 12 runs to get for Australia to win. But that's the answer to question 7. So you'll give the batsman out, run out, and even if you have one bail on the stumps, it's still good enough to put the wicket fairly, to put it down fairly, and to get the run out or stumping or whatever. So if you want to learn more about that, read Law 38, run out, and Law 29, the wicket is broken. Wood into Smith. This one's worked through mid-wicket for a single. Yes, Jihan, yes. I did remember he got Labuschagne out in Adelaide. No, so yes, come to think of it, as you say, yep, Jai Richardson as well. So he got a couple of wickets there, but really England were just bowling just to save time. They were waiting for Australia to declare in that test. And in the end, Malan got a couple of wickets. He had a pretty good test match, made 80 in the first innings. All right, question 8. As Wood continues to green, this one's short and worked to cover for no run. All right, question 8. The batsmen sprint for a sharp single and crash into each other mid-wicket. The wicketkeeper whips off the bails. The throw then throws the ball down to the bowler who knocks over the wicket at his end. Both batsmen are in the center of the pitch and both wickets are down. Which one is out? This one's an obvious one here. It's pretty straightforward, this one. So Wood to green. This one's short, green, ducks underneath it for no run. So which batter is out? Now, this one can often get confusing. John says, and if the stumps are scattered everywhere, yep, push one stump back in and then rip it out again with the ball, or just give it up as the batsmen have already run another. Yep. But often the stump out of the ground's often the quickest one. That one's pulled away from green to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. And Australia end the over. They only need 7 runs to win. They're 4 for 281. And it looks like it's going to be an Australian victory by 6 wickets here. And they've played pretty well tonight, Australia. It's been a pretty good game from the Australians. Hans says, question 8, whoever was farthest away from making his ground is given out. Yeah. If we had Nick and Gabe here, Han, this would be a very good question to test them on, because it's often confusing sometimes when you're learning the game. Okay, both batters are at one end. Who's run out? Well, if everyone knows the law, then you would know that it's pretty straightforward. This one's pretty straightforward. And as an umpire, you have to be very on to see if they were level or not. That's a bit of a clue there. So, John, you say, did they cross? Were they both dead center? Well, if you read the question again, John, both batsmen are at the center of the pitch and both wickets are down. Which one is out? So both of them are nearly at the center. So you just have to think as an umpire here, which one's out? Which one's out? As Milan continues his leg spinners, he's going to be bowling to Smith, who's on 70. He's batted well tonight, Steve Smith. We'll have a look at the answer after this ball. Milan into Smith, pulls it straight to Cameron Green's leg. It nearly bobbed up in the air for a catch. I've seen that happen before, where that's happened many times, where the striker's hit it into the non-striker. It's ballooned up in the air and the fielder caught it. That came off Green's leg. In the end, stop ball. Milan into Smith, advances down the wicket, hits it straight back to Milan for a dot. Hans says, I'm guessing the wicketkeeper's end counts because it was first. So whoever is heading for that end. Very good answer there, Han. As we'll have a look at the question, the answer to the question in a minute. That's a boundary from Smith. He's dispatched Milan straight back down the ground for 4. Australia just need 3 runs to win. And Steve Smith's batted well for his 74. This could be done in this over. All right, the answer to it is here. If the collision is a heavy one and there is the likelihood of a serious injury, you should immediately call and signal dead ball, thereby preventing any further development. If the collision is not a heavy one, play should be allowed to continue. It is highly unlikely that both batsmen lying on the ground will be completely level, as there cannot be 2 dismissals from the same delivery. The nearest one to the wicketkeeper is run out on appeal. And Australia have won the game by 6 wickets. Steve Smith dispatches the last ball of the game to the boundary for 4. And Australia win by 6 wickets here in Adelaide. They lead the series 1-0. It's been a very good performance from the Australian team this evening. They lead 1-0 in the series. They've won by 6 wickets here in Adelaide. And we'll continue on with the umpiring questions. We've still got 2 more after this, but the game's finished. Australia win by 6 wickets. It was a comfortable win in the end. Jihan says, old-fashioned slog from Smith. Well, you know, only 3 runs to get Jihan, and you might as well finish it off with a boundary, and he did. John says, non-striker at that end was thrown down first. Well, there's the answer there. So the one nearest to the wicketkeeper is run out. So as a batter, as an umpire, you have to think about who was level. Are they level? So whoever's level, if they're leveled, if they're just about level, then whoever's furthest to that end where the wicket was put down is run out. This is where often people get confused a little bit when run outs and all that stuff. But yeah, whoever's near to the wicketkeeper's end was run out when they drew level or just about on level with the pitch there. So Australia win by 6 wickets. And we've still got 2 more questions, the umpiring questions. I did say we have 10 of these, so let's get through the last two. Might as well. Question 9. A batsman skies a shot. As he hesitates, the non-striker shouts, "My call, stop there." But the fielder nearest the ball hears it too and pulls out of the catch, thinking the shout came from a fellow fielder. What do you do? What do you do there? Do you allow the catch? Do you call and signal dead ball, or do you think it's still out? Let us know your questions in the answers in the comments. Australia win by 6 wickets, and they lead the series 1-0. It's been a very interesting performance from them this evening. They've really done well. They've played well, deserved their victory, and they deserved this win tonight. Really bowled well, batted well. In the end, got the job done. So Pat Cummins, his first game as captain, he's off to a winning start, which is fantastic from his point of view. And no doubt Australia will be happy with that. So question 9 of this umpiring questions. We've got 2 more left, this one and the 10th one to go. Hans says, question 9, play on. The non-striker was making a genuine communication with his partner. Hans says, I'm guessing the book was written within the old crossing laws. Yes, it was, Han. This book came out in 2019. So, yeah, a few years before that. So, yeah, it still has the old laws in there, but they still make sense, really, at the end of the day. But it was written with the old laws before they were changed this year. So John says nothing. The catch wasn't taken. No one's fault. Please don't tell me it's a dead ball. All right. Put you out of your misery there, John. Okay, here we go. The answer is you and your fellow umpire should confer and decide if the non-striker's call distracted the fielder, causing him to pull out of the catch. If the non-striker's call was deemed to have caused obstruction, give the striker out. Award 5 penalty runs to the fielding side, and the ball will not count in the over. Report the offender. No runs scored. If the non-striker was not deemed to have obstructed the fielder, call and signal dead ball and re-bowl that delivery. So Hans says, so last ball of the over, non-striker might want not to cross to stay on strike. Yeah, it could have, but that's the answer there. So you got to remember with obstructing the field, it can be out physical obstruction, obviously. But if it's voice or mouth, so if you yell out something, in this case, which happened, then you should give the fielder, you should give the batter out obstructing the field because he distracted the fielder from taking the catch. And then award 5 penalty runs. If it wasn't deemed to be obstruction and it was just the fielder being confused or something like that, which can happen, then you should not give it out, obstructing the field. But that's what the law says. The law says for obstructing the field, it's either action, word, or by word of mouth, you can give the batter out obstructing the field because that's distracting the fielder from taking the catch or fielding the ball. Hans says, surely this law can be abused. Hans says, how is a batsman shouting no, obstructing the field? Well, it is because the law says, well, if it's by mouth or word, so if you scream out something, the fielder's taken the catch, as in this case for this question. If you feel like as an umpire that's obstructing the fielder, so it's distracting the fielder basically. It's not really obstructing because you're not really doing it any physical damage or something like that. So then you would give the batter out obstructing the field. But it doesn't happen rarely. Rarely does it happen in cricket. It only happens with the physical side of things. Pretty much, Han. Pretty much it's umpire's discretion. So if you think it wasn't deliberate, like in this case, okay, he shouted out, no, it's my catch or whatever, no, stay there or whatever, as we saw in this question. Then as an umpire, you would say, okay, maybe the fielder got confused, okay, with the batter's call, because the batter was, saying this, and the fielder thought the other fielder was saying, no, get out of the catch, it's mine. So you would think that's probably accidental. So nothing untoward there. But if you think it's deliberate, like the batter said something else, something that would put off the fielder, then you would probably say, yeah, it's probably out obstructing the field. So with that one, it's either way with that one, umpire's discretion. But it doesn't happen in international cricket all that often. It only happens rarely. As we see in international cricket, obstructing the field happens with physical obstruction or batters changing their line when they're running between the fielder and the ball and the stumps or whatever. So that's the case there. So that's question 9. So it's either out or not out. So it's umpire's discretion there. The last one of the 10 for this evening. So here we go. Last question. A close fielder's cap flies off as he fumbles a catch and the ball lands inside it. The batsman reacts by picking up the cap and allowing the ball to drop onto the grass. Is he out for obstructing the field? This one's an interesting one. So he fumbled the catch and the ball landed inside of it, but the batter went up to the ball with the cap there and he dropped it on the grass. Is he out obstructing the field? Hans says, I see it now. Because a wicket is involved, it is a dead ball if accidental to not punish either team. Yes, pretty much. Pretty much, Han. Pretty much. So you'll signal and call dead ball because nothing will happen from that delivery because it was accidental confusion or obstruction. So nothing would happen. Han says, question 10, I think dead ball as soon as that happens. Interesting response. Australia winning by 6 wickets here at the Adelaide Oval. We're just waiting for the presentation. Beautiful world. Thanks for joining us. I hope you're enjoying the stream and I hope you enjoyed the cricket. It was a very good win by Australia this evening. So question 10, the last question of our umpiring questions for this evening. A bit of a long one. We had 10 questions because tonight's game was a one-dayer, so we got plenty of time to answer them. In the end, Australia finished it off quite easily in the end. Hans says, then again, you said earlier that it could be penalty runs. It could be. It could be. He's got to remember, if a fielder deliberately takes a cap out or his shirt to catch the ball or field it, then it's penalty runs because the fielder is using something to assist him to take the catch. If it's accidental, now in this case, he fumbled the catch and it landed inside his cap. So is it accidental? Is it deliberate from the fielder? Is the batter out? Is he at fault? Because he could be out obstructing the field. You don't know. So you have to really think about this one. Hans says, I'll stick with dead ball, just like the drop bat was a dead ball. Anyone else who's got responses? All right. Let's see what the answer is. Okay, question 10. The batsman is not out. As soon as the ball lands on the fielder's cap, lying on the ground, you should call and signal dead ball to prevent any further development. Had the cap not been there, the ball would have landed safely on the ground. It should also be noted that the fielder did not deliberately put his cap there, which would have been a case for illegal fielding, resulting in 5 penalty runs being awarded to the batting side. So you pretty much got it right there, Han. Dead ball. Says the cap is not in contact with the player, so it is an obstacle. Yes, because it's on the ground and not out. Not out. The batter's not out obstructing the field because the cat was on the ground, wasn't a part of the fielder's person. The fielder didn't do it deliberately. So there you go. So it's not out. John says there's no catch. The batsman may have handled the ball. A dead ball's the safest call. Yeah, it is. In that case, dead ball as an umpire there. So there you go. So that's the end of our questions for this evening. We had 10 of them. Good to see everyone knowing the laws and learning a bit about the laws as well. And Hart says, oh no, I'm slowly becoming an umpire. You've done pretty well, Hart. You've done pretty well. Good knowledge there. Hart says, so basically a dead ball is the call not to screw either side. Pretty much. Because you call dead ball, that's the safest option as an umpire. Nothing will happen. The ball has to be reballed again. So nothing will happen there. And, we get on with the game. So it's stuff like that. As an umpire, you have to really read the no ball law carefully. The dead ball law carefully. That is your greatest friend, I could say. If you want to become an umpire, the one law that you should read the most is dead ball, because it is your greatest asset in a game of cricket. Because if you know what dead ball means, what constitutes a dead ball, then it will save you as an umpire. It will. It's often the important law to remember. There's so many laws to remember in the game, 42 of them, obviously. But, dead ball, that's the important one. If you learn that one inside out, you'll be all right as an umpire. So the post-match presentations are happening. Obviously, two captains have had a chat. Pat Cummins and Butler now having a chat. I think he'll be disappointed about how the team performed this evening. Not quite at their best, but understandable given the T20 World Cup. Answer. So basically a dead ball is the call, not... I've already read that. Answers, yeah, weird stuff is happening. Neutralize the game and then reset. But that's right, because there are so many ways in cricket that a dead ball can happen. Number one, when a wicket falls. Number two, when the batsmen score a boundary, 4 or 6. When a wicket falls, when the ball settles into the hands of a fielder or a keeper. There are so many ways, like an animal running onto the field, like a dog, which happens. What do you do there? Dead ball, because, nothing counts there because someone ran onto the field, or a dog or an animal, which happens many times. So as John says here, when in doubt, the dead ball is your friend. Exactly. And also umpires signal dead ball when they're going to consult their colleague and say dead ball. I'm just going to have a chat to my colleague at square leg just to confirm what he saw and what I saw. Put the two together. There you go. Now, speaking of umpiring, while I've got everyone's attention here, because I've loved discussing umpiring with a lot of people, and it's great to see so many umpires coming through, to be honest. A lot more younger people, actually. It's usually a very older, sort of dominant profession, really. And we've done a few videos on umpiring, and while I've got everyone's attention on the stream, we would like to talk about that a little bit before we wrap up this evening. Because if everyone wants to learn about umpiring, these videos will help you tremendously. Hans says, yeah, it never clicked before, but it is the way to not anything outside influence the game and to try to get the fairest result. Exactly, Han. Exactly. There's a lot of ways. As I mentioned before, there's a lot of different scenarios that constitute a no ball. And when you try and explain that to someone who doesn't watch cricket all that often, they're like, what? And you're like, yeah, there's so many things that do count and don't count. You also got to remember with dead ball as well, in some instances, does it count as one of the over? Now, usually dead ball doesn't count as one of the over, but on some occasions, some different parts of the laws, it does count as one of the over. For example, when a batter is not attempting a shot and it goes for leg byes, it's a dead ball, but the ball counts for the over. That counts for the over. So stuff like that you have to remember. But as I was saying just before, we have done some videos on umpiring before. Now, I think if you've known the podcast for a while, we've already done these chats, and I think many people have seen them. Now, we've had Daryl Harper on last year, which was one of my favorite chats on the podcast of all time. Me and him had a great chat right about last year in September. We talked about umpiring, and obviously he's been there, done that, all that stuff. So if you haven't watched that, please do. I'm going to leave a link to that in the description, in the comments now. I'm going to leave a link to that in the comments. Part 1 of that chat and part 2, because me and Daryl spoke for just about two hours basically when we did that chat. So if you want to learn more about umpiring, those 2 videos will really open your eyes onto the profession. And also we've got other videos as well. We talked about his journey. We talked about DRS. We talked about improvements to cricket. We talked about tips. We talked about the state of international umpiring, which Daryl Harper says it's pretty good at the moment. We talked about funny stories as well with him. So I'll leave a link to those in the description, in the chat, as we're talking here, because a lot of people have been asking me questions about umpiring, and I've been more than happy to answer them to the best of my ability. And we also spoke to an up-and-coming umpire as well when we interviewed Mary Walden. And now Mary's a part of the Ireland women's team as the wicketkeeper, and she umpires outside of her playing commitments. So we've interviewed her as well. And it was great talking to her about umpiring, about the women's side of things when it comes to umpiring. And she's a very good umpire. She's on the ICC development panel of umpires, and she's really making tremendous progress. Obviously trying to balance her international commitments and playing for Ireland, and also umpiring as well. So we've done that chat with her. That was early this year. And we need to, really talk about umpiring for the female side of things when it comes to officiating, because there's been a lot of female officials really coming through the system around the world, and it's great to see that. Mary's one of them, and we have a few in Australia as well. It's just great to see that, because umpiring is such a male-dominated profession, and it is. It's very male-dominated. So it's good to see females come through and really try umpiring and give it a go, and it's great to see that. And Mary's making tremendous progress there as well. So it was great to interview her. I'll leave a link to that discussion in the chat. Basically, the video that we did with her, where we talked about her umpiring journey, how she started and how she started umpiring. So we'll leave that in the chat there. Also, we'll leave a link to the laws of the game as well for those who need to read the laws. We'll leave a link to that. That's a good way of understanding the laws and making sure you read them carefully. And also the e-learning program as well on the Lord's website as well. That really helps there. So those are some of the ways that you can understand more about umpiring, basically. And I hope that gives everyone a bit of an idea about umpiring as well. Han says, have to run, but great stream again, Jack. And the umpiring questions are excellent. Thank you, Han. Hope you have a good day. And it was great to chat to you as always. And we hope to see you in the next live stream, Han. Thanks for that. Really appreciate that. And I hope you had a good time as well. John says, I've watched part 1. Need to catch up on part 2 when I get time. I appreciate that, John. It was a great chat that I had with Daryl Harper. Really good chat about umpiring, and it will make people understand umpiring a bit more. We often referred to as the bad people. We're not bad. We're trying our best to umpire a game of cricket to the best of our ability. And the game of cricket needs umpires. And we don't have umpires. We don't have a game of cricket. Simple as that. So we got to have umpires. We've got to have more people doing it. So no, it's been good answering all your questions about umpiring. And we've done videos on it. Obviously, Daryl Harper. We've left links in the chat for that. Also, Mary Walden, Ireland women's wicketkeeper. Also, a female official umpire that's coming through the ranks. We spoke to her early this year about her umpiring journey, but also about her playing journey as well for Ireland. So there's a lot of videos that we've done on the podcast about umpiring, and I hope it opens your eyes on the other side of the game, which is umpiring. And more than happy to answer your questions about it. So I hope it helps. So make sure you check out those videos in the links in the chat if you're watching this stream at the moment. And hopefully it will open your eyes on umpiring. But yeah, going back to this game, Australia have won by 6 wickets. It was a straightforward victory in the end from Australia. They bowled well today. They batted well. They just really did the basics well tonight. England struggled a bit. Understandable, given that England are coming off the T20 World Cup. It's very hard for them to get that winning momentum and get back to winning ways again after winning the T20 World Cup. So, yeah, very disappointing from their point of view. I think they would have liked to play better tonight. Wasn't to be. Australia finishing on 4 for 291, chased down the runs with 4 overs to spare, basically, nearly 3 overs to spare. David Warner batted well, 86. Steve Smith batted well for his 80. 69 for Travis Head. Good opening partnership with Warner. England didn't get going at all. So a very good victory from Australia to lead the series 1-0. With the next game on Sydney. Sydney's the next game. That's on Saturday. And we could be live streaming that. Maybe the last one in Melbourne. Depends. But make sure you check out our YouTube channel so you don't miss out on those live streams or watch-alongs. But the Adelaide Oval looking empty as the crowd make their way out. The game is over. Australia win by 6 wickets. Let's just recap the England innings quickly before we wrap up. 9 for 287 from their 50 overs. Not going to be enough in the end. At one stage, it looked like they were going to get bowled out for mid-100s or something like that. 4 for 66, really in trouble. But Darwin Malan played a good innings. 134 he made from 128 balls. Really held the England innings together. The Australian bowling was pretty good. 3 wickets for Zampa and Cummins. A wicket each for Stoinis and Stark. No wickets for Green and Agar, but they did their role. So I think Australia will be pretty happy with their performance this evening. So that's a brief summary of what happened in tonight's game. John says, other sports in Australia have female umps and refs, both in male and female leagues. They do. They do. And we're starting to see more of that in cricket now, which is fantastic. As I mentioned before, cricket's a very male-dominated sort of role when it comes to umpiring. And it's good to see Mary and other umpires in Australia and also around the world who are coming from those pathways in the female side of umpiring and officiating. It's just great to see that. And it's just great to see the game developing even more when it comes to the game itself, but also umpiring. And make sure everyone checks out those videos that we did with Daryl Harper. Also the video that we did with Mary, talking about her umpiring journey and talking about, her career in cricket as well. But if you want to learn more about umpiring, check out those videos. John, you say back to the match. Surprised that Marsh didn't play, but the more traditional Australia weather helped. The team looked more at ease. Interesting to see selections for Sydney. Yes, it will be interesting to see what they do in Sydney. It'd be quite interesting to see what they do in Sydney. Yeah, it'd be interesting. I think Marsh would play. I think they will probably rotate the bowlers. Maybe Stark will probably have a rest. Maybe Hazelwood will come back. Maybe Cameron Green will get promoted or Marsh will come into the side. Maybe Stoinis comes out or something. It'd be interesting to see what selections they come up with for the next game in Sydney, which is on Saturday. So it's only a day break between this game and the game on Saturday. So not a quick turnaround for both teams, but we shall see what happens there for the next game. But definitely tonight, Australia will be happy with their performance. I think they'll be happy about how they batted, how they bowled especially, much better than they did in the T20 World Cup by miles. So it was just a good performance from Australia tonight. England, bit off, but that's understandable given coming off the T20 World Cup. You're going to be a little bit unmotivated, if I can say that. But no doubt they'll be disappointed about the performance. But they'll be hoping to bounce back in Sydney on Saturday, and they'll be interesting to see what happens there. You just say, John, might depend on the condition of Stoinis's finger. Yes, Marcus Stoinis did go off the field with that finger. He appeared to be okay. Didn't need to bat tonight, so I think he'll be okay for the next game. If the finger's a little bit sore, then make that call. We've got Mitchell Marsh in the side, so we'll probably get him into the side there. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see where they go. But final thoughts: Australia very good. England off the pace a little bit tonight, but that's understandable. And Australia win by 6 wickets, lead the series 1-0. It's good to see Australia winning again. Alrighty then. Thanks everyone for joining us. It's been great as always. We've had some great fun. We'll probably be back for the second game. That will be on Saturday. We'll see how we go for that next game in Sydney on Saturday. And then obviously the last game's in Melbourne to wrap up the series before we get into the Test summer. But yeah, very fun as always, everyone. I hope everyone enjoyed it. Before we go, remember to like, share, comment, and subscribe, and click the bell to make sure you get the latest episodes of the podcast. Be sure to like and share our Facebook page and follow us on Twitter and on Instagram. Also, the podcast is now available on Anchor, Spotify, and on Apple Podcasts. Just getting to the last comment here. John says, good night, Jack. Great stream. Thank you, John. Good night. Hope you have a good evening, and we hope to see you back for the next stream. Also to everyone who joined us as well, hope you have a great night, great morning, great evening, great afternoon, wherever you may be around the world listening to us. But thank you, John, as always, for your kind words there. And until next time, everyone, keep safe and bye for now.